Chapter 1036. Outside the secret chamber, Rongqing Laozu was pacing back and forth anxiously. Perfected Master Xian Su smiled and said, "Senior Rongqing, don't panic. I believe disciple Tianping will be out soon." However, this was not the time for Rongqing Laozu to worry. The master craftsman of Hua Yizong was already at a critical juncture. If he could not successfully produce the Mara bloodbath elixir, the only master craftsman of Hua Yizong would probably die here. The Mara bloodbath elixir that Lu Ping had produced was not only a pill to forcefully form a Dharma power, but it was also a pill to extend one's life. Perfected Master Xian Su had purposely come to receive Rongqing Laozu. Other than because he was the only two Dharma adepts in Zhenling, Tian Kong and Lu Ping, he also wanted to find out what was going on. Perfected Master Xian Su had encountered an accident when he was smelting the third spirit item. Although he had used a low-grade heaven-level spirit item, he had only managed to form a 6th-grade golden elixir. Originally, Perfected Master Xian Su had wanted to use Zhenling's inherited secret technique to forcefully form a Dharma power. However, when he heard from Tian Kong Laozu about the price he had paid to raise Tianlu Laozu and Tianjiang Laozu to Dharma adepts, his heart sank. Perfected Master Xian Su could not compare to Tianjiang and Tianlu Laozu. These two Laozu had already been famous masters of alchemy and crafting in the North Sea before they had reached the Dharma stage. Just this status alone was enough for Zhenling to pay a huge price to extend their lives. However, Perfected Master Xian Su knew that his status could not compare to the two Laozu before they had reached the Dharma stage. Furthermore, Zhenling could not afford to pay such a huge price and risk just to extend his life. To put it bluntly, now that Zhenling's inheritance was on the right track, there was no longer a need for him to rely on external help to advance to the Dharma stage, unless he had the ability to match that of a Dharma adept. Unfortunately, Perfected Master Xian Su did not have that. The secret chamber suddenly opened. Lu Ping floated out from a pile of fragrant elixirs and saw Rongqing Laozu walking towards him. He also saw Laozu's eager expression. However, when he saw Perfected Master Xian Su beside him, Lu Ping was still stunned. "Friend Tianping, that elixir." Looking at Ancestor Rongcheng's anxious expression, Lu Ping could feel the importance of the bloodbath pellet to Hua Yi sect. He smiled and said, "Fortunately, I didn't fail you." Rongqing Laozu was instantly overjoyed. Even Sage Xian Su, who was behind him, had a hint of fervor on his face. Unexpectedly, Lu Ping took out 2 jade essence bottles and said, "It's a pity that I was too careless during the second cauldron. Otherwise, I would have been able to successfully refine all 3 pellets." Spiritual Master Xian Su was startled, but Rongqing Laozu was overjoyed and said, "2, there are actually 2. With this, the success rate of the secret technique has greatly increased." Rongqing Laozu reached out and carefully took the pill. At this time, Rongqing Laozu had calmed down. Lu Ping started to refine the Mara blood bathing pill. According to the previous agreement between the two sides, Lu Ping could only take out 1 pill and keep the rest for his own use. However, Lu Ping took out 2 pills without hesitation. Rongqing Laozu naturally knew that Lu Ping must have something else to say next. Sure enough, after seeing Rongqing Laozu put away the pills, Lu Ping said, "I'm ashamed to say this, but I also have a request." Rongqing Laozu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Tianping, please speak. As long as the old man can do it, I won't refuse." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I'll have to trouble the weapon refining grandmaster of your sect. I once obtained a Blood Shura companion spiritual treasure. If this grandmaster succeeds in advancing to the Dharma phase, can I trouble this senior to help me modify this companion spiritual treasure?" Rongqing Laozu was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Tianping is lucky. That martial nephew of mine has the experience of modifying companion spiritual treasures. At that time, he will have no reason to refuse. This matter, old man, will agree to it on your behalf." There was still some hesitation in Lu Ping's expression, but he still said happily, "In that case, thank you, senior." Rongqing Laozu saw that Lu Ping seemed to have something to say, but he seemed a little embarrassed, so he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Tianping, is there anything else?" As long as the old man can do it, I won't refuse. I'm ashamed. Lu Ping smiled embarrassedly and said, I really have some improper thoughts. I don't know if there are any leftover alchemy materials from Mara's blood-bathing pill that you have collected over the years. I'm willing to exchange them with essence refining pills. To tell you the truth, your sect's secret technique of using external force to condense the Dharma phase is much better than mine. Haha. Rongcheng Laozu smiled and said, so it's this matter. No problem. The old man really has some leftover spiritual herbs that I collected when I collected Mara's blood-bathing pill. I'll give them to you. As for the exchange, don't mention it. This old man's life was saved by you, fellow Taoist Tianping. Don't tell me you want the old man to exchange for it? After sending off Rongcheng Laozu, spiritual master Xian Su sighed and said, thank you, martial nephew. Lu Ping handed the storage bag in his hand to him and said, what are you talking about, martial uncle? This is all I can do. As for the other things that you need, I think martial uncle has already learned from martial uncle Tiankong. As for the remaining things, martial uncle will have to collect them yourself. The only thing I can help is to refine Mara's blood-bathing pill. A few days later, Lu Ping had nothing to do and suddenly thought of going to the Phantom City for a stroll. Nowadays, the cultivators who were trapped in the Phantom City's 5 islands had almost abandoned the use of low and middle-grade spirit stones. If they wanted to exchange for cultivation resources, they would have to use high-grade spirit stones at the very least. The best grade spirit stones, refining essence pill, condensing essence pill, returning soul pill, and forging soul pill had become the hard currency. Other than that, they could only rely on bartering. Jinling's participation in the war was relatively late. Although they had performed well in the Battle of Lattice Island, 2 months later, due to the scarcity of cultivation resources on the Phantom City's 5 islands, they responded to the call and organized their disciples to go out to hunt for Mara and collect the source essence. However, the collection of source essence was not as good as that of some of the sects who had participated in the war against Mara. But this was because there was an alchemy grandmaster in their sect. Moreover, this grandmaster was pushed to the position of the first alchemy grandmaster. In this way, Jinling almost didn't need to collect too much source essence. The other sects would continuously send these things to them. Moreover, these things were at least equivalent to the late core forging stage Mara or above. With Lu Ping's cultivation, even if he wanted to use the source essence, he would have to use the condensing essence pill and refining essence pill that were refined with the source essence of Mara or above. Therefore, the rewards that were equivalent to the late core forging stage were distributed by Lu Ping to the other cultivators of Jinling. These cultivators either used these pills for cultivation or exchanged them for other things that Jinling needed. In a short period of time, the wealth accumulated in Jinling's hands may not be comparable to those of the famous sects with deep roots, but at least among the 25 medium-sized sects, it could be said to be second to none. The strength of the cultivators of Jinling had also been significantly improved. In addition, there was a batch of Dharma-level condensing essence pills and soul-returning pills that Lu Ping had in his hands. These were also the rewards that Lu Ping received when he helped others to refine the pills. Because of the help of Linglong's wine cauldron, Lu Ping originally had a large amount of source essence in his hands. Tiankong Laozu's cultivation had long been unable to advance, so he only left a portion of the condensing essence pills to restore his essential yuan during fights. Therefore, this batch of condensing essence pills and soul-returning pills was temporarily hoarded by Lu Ping. Now that Lu Ping was walking around Phantom City, he wanted to see if there was a way to exchange the pills in his hands for something useful to him. Nowadays, the number of cultivators gathered on the Phantom 5 Islands was not small. In order to maintain their cultivation and strength, many cultivators began to take out many of the things that they used to save up in the past to exchange for various cultivation resources. After all, for the past 2 months, Phantom City was still surrounded by Mara's army. All the cultivators took turns to fight, and no one knew if they would be able to survive until the moment when the siege would break out. Naturally, the more life-saving methods they had, the better. Naturally, the stronger their cultivation and strength could be increased. Nowadays, most of the shops in Phantom City had been closed. However, a unique market had gradually formed in the west of the city. In the past various markets, core forging cultivators, who were rarely seen, had set up stalls here. Moreover, they could be seen everywhere. It was not unusual to encounter one or two cultivators who were suspected to be Laozu, whose cultivation could not be seen clearly. At this time, Lu Ping was squatting in front of a cultivator covered in a black robe, playing with a golden stone in his hand. This black robe also had the effect of concealing the cultivator's cultivation and blocking the probing of others' divine sense. However, under the probing of Lu Ping's divine sense, it was easy to see that the person in front of him was only a mid-core forging cultivator. Lu Ping's eyes flashed with an undetectable green brilliance. After glancing at the cultivator hidden in the robe, he focused on the golden stone in his hand. Weighing the golden stone in his hand, Lu Ping looked at the cultivator in front of him, smiled slightly and said, "The quality of this flying yellow adamantine stone is extremely pure. It is considered a good mid-grade metal attribute spirit object. How much do you plan to sell it for?" A hoarse voice came from the black robe. "It is not easy to attract the attention of the water sword immortal. 30 late core forging spirit refining pills." Lu Ping raised his eyebrows and said, "You know me?" The cultivator in front of him laughed. "You should ask how many core forging and above cultivators in Fantasy Spirit City don't know you." Lu Ping couldn't help but smile. He didn't think about why this mid-core forging cultivator wanted to exchange for late-core forging spirit refining pills from him. Instead, he said, 30 spirit refining pills is too expensive. How about 18 spirit refining pills? The cultivator shook his head and said, 30 can't be less. For others, 30 spirit refining pills may be extremely precious, but for you, it shouldn't be much, right? Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, 20. 30 is indeed a bit too expensive. In addition, I will give you 10 condensing essence pills. Although spirit refining pills have a miraculous effect on cultivation, it won't improve your strength in a short period of time. If you are in a life or death battle, a condensing essence pill to restore your true essence might be more useful than a condensing essence pill. The cultivator hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Chapter 1037. Lu Ping appeared in the marketplace and walked to an inn. He threw out a core forging early-stage condensing essence pill and was led into a quiet room with a faint supply of spiritual qi. Lu Ping swept around with his divine sense. He didn't find anything unusual, but Lu Ping still made a few hand signs. Threads of true essence condensed in the air along with the movement of his fingers. Then, Lu Ping pushed his hands and the threads disappeared into the empty space around the room. Lu Ping shook his hand and released Lu Xiaohai. He said, "I originally prepared a spirit item for you to advance to the mid-stage core forging stage. But this time, you got lucky with the flying yellow essence golden stone." As soon as Lu Xiaohai came out, he held a pair of large copper hammers in his hands. A surging murderous aura pervaded the room. Apparently, he was practicing with the pair of copper hammers in the Golden House. Perhaps it was because he was born in the white-fronted tiger clan, but Lu Xiaohai was extremely bloodthirsty. Moreover, he seemed to be born to rush into battle, and he had a keen sense of life and death. With a pair of copper hammers in his hands, if he faced an enemy head-on, ordinary mid-core forging stage cultivators would be beaten to a pulp. In the previous battles, Lu Xiaohai had smashed the heads of countless demonic luos with his copper hammers, and his murderous aura had grown thicker and thicker. But Lu Ping noticed that the thicker Lu Xiaohai's murderous aura, the faster his cultivation base grew, and the stronger his foundation became. He already knew that this was the bloodline inheritance of the suspended-eyed white-fronted tiger clan. Lu Xiaohai giggled foolishly and reached out to grab the stone in Lu Ping's hand. But unexpectedly, Lu Ping put the stone away and said, "With your cultivation base, it'll be difficult for you to smelt a mid-grade earth-rank spirit item on your first try. You still need to improve your cultivation base, so let me keep this stone for now." Lu Xiaohai was very depressed, but he didn't dare to disobey Lu Ping. He could only stand aside dejectedly. He saw that Lu Ping didn't put away the flying yellow essence golden stone. Instead, he held it in his hand as if he was thinking about something. A moment later, Lu Ping's 5 fingers suddenly shot out a ray of sword energy from each of the Fei Huang adamantine stone's fingers. The sword energy carefully ground against the surface of the adamantine stone, and after an inch, Lu Ping suddenly noticed something. Then, the sword energy was stopped by Lu Ping. The sword qi had shape but not substance. It was originally unpredictable. It was extremely difficult to maintain it. It could not be successful unless one had extremely high control. However, at this time, the sword qi that burst out from Lu Ping's fingers was motionless, like a real flying sword. In Lu Xiaohai's inexplicable eyes, he saw Lu Ping take out a transparent crystal box from his storage device and put it under the stone. Then the sword qi suddenly retracted. A thin golden line fell from the inch-deep sword mark and fell into the crystal box, gradually converging into a pool. Lu Xiaohai's eyes widened and he said in surprise, "What is this?" Lu Ping was slightly proud and said, "Have you heard of metal-borne water?" Lu Xiaohai didn't even think about it and shook his head. Lu Ping said helplessly, "This kind of liquid is a kind of heaven and earth strange thing. It is often produced in heaven and earth spirit items of the metal attribute, so it is also called metal-borne water." Lu Xiaohai curled his lips and said, "What's the use of it? Can it be eaten?" Lu Ping couldn't wait to slap this guy's head. He said angrily, "You only know how to fight and eat. Can't your brain grow anything other than muscles?" Lu Xiaohai was very innocent. Lu Ping said helplessly, "The inherited memory of your White Forehead clan is the crystallization of dozens of generations of Tiger clan's predecessors. If there is a chance, you should calm down and take a good look. Even if there is no explanation of metal-borne water, at least there are a lot of experience of Tiger clan's predecessors. It will be of great benefit to you." Lu Xiaohai nodded, but Lu Ping looked at this guy's eyes. It was obviously perfunctory. But Lu Ping was too lazy to say more. Lu Ping's 3 pure true pupil had been in a state of stagnation after smelting 6 kinds of suitable water of the mysterious things. It was not that the 3 pure true pupil had fallen into a bottleneck, but with the improvement of the 3 pure true pupil, the grade of the water of the mysterious things needed was getting higher and higher, and it was also getting scarcer and scarcer. Lu Ping had not been able to find a suitable water of the mysterious things. Of course, this metal-borne water was naturally a kind of high-grade mysterious things, and it was completely compatible with the 3 pure true pupil. In order to find this kind of mysterious things, the cultivator must first have the ability to see through the metal attribute heaven and earth spirit items covering its surface. With this bowl of metal-borne water, Lu Ping's 3 pure true pupil would undoubtedly be able to reach a higher level. Lu Ping was overjoyed. He threw the flying yellow adamantine ore in his hand to Lu Xiaohai and said, "Forget it, you can keep this item for now. It's better than always thinking about it. But if you don't have full confidence, it's best not to smelt this spiritual item." Lu Xiaohai happily took the adamantine stone, but when he turned around he saw Lu Ping pouring a glass of water on the table over his head. Under Lu Xiaohai's dumbfounded gaze, Lu Ping had completely changed his appearance. He wore a bracelet on his left wrist, and his aura suddenly changed into that of a monster's. He had transformed into the sword cultivator Lu Jiao who saved Chu Hai from the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake clan in the fallen secret realm. Without disturbing the people in the inn, Lu Ping threw Lu Xiaohai back into the House of Gold. Then, he quietly left the inn and continued to walk towards the market. This time, Lu Ping obviously did not have the same luck as before. Although he had found many rare items after walking around for a long time, most of them were extremely expensive, and Lu Ping did not have the chance to pick up the leftovers. In the end, Lu Ping only used some early core forging elixirs and high-grade spirit stones to buy as many 3,000-year spirit herbs as possible as he could, as well as the rarer 1,000-year spirit herbs. Just as Lu Ping was about to return to Spirit Gathering Island after his excitement, Lu Ping's divine will moved. He seemed to have discovered a familiar aura flashing past the edge of the area that his divine will had covered earlier. Lu Ping was slightly stunned, but in the end he still decided to follow and find out what was going on. An early Dharma adept and a mid-Dharma adept walked towards a secluded alley one after another. When they arrived, The mid-Dharma adept ordered a pot of spirit tea from the window of a tea house at the entrance of the alley. Through the window, he could see the surroundings of the alley. As for the early Dharma adept, he nodded slightly at the adept at the window of the tea house, then turned and walked into the alley. A green smoke rose from the adept's body. The adept's figure seemed to be in a trance, making it seem as though he was right in front of them, but they could not see him clearly. In a secret chamber, the pitch-black environment perfectly concealed Zhang Xi's somewhat absent-minded expression. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from outside the secret chamber. A sharp look flashed across Zhang Xi's eyes, but he quickly hid it and his expression quickly returned to normal. A secret door in the secret chamber slowly opened, and a practitioner silently appeared in front of Zhang Xi. A low and mocking voice came out of the man's mouth. "This is a good place to kill someone. I didn't expect that Songhai sect to run a place like this in Phantom City. You must have put in a lot of effort, right?" Zhang Xi seemed to have been seen through by this person, but his expression did not change. He said, "Kill someone? Since you dared to come here alone, you must have something up your sleeve. Even if I have the intention, I will not do it at this time." The man's laughter seemed to be stuck in his throat. He said, "Talking to a smart person is really refreshing. How is it, have you thought about that matter?" Zhang Xi's cold voice came from the darkness. "Why should I believe you?" The man seemed to have heard a joke, and his laughter was full of mockery. He said, "I just said that you are a smart person. Why do you ask such a stupid question? Why should I believe you? Isn't Bai Jishan and the Taishan sect enough?" There was silence in the secret chamber. The oppressive atmosphere could completely suffocate an ordinary person. After a long time, Zhang Xi finally broke the silence and sighed. "Your strength is not comparable to my Songhai sect. Since you have such great strength that you can make Bai Jishan break his promise and abandon our sect without saying a word, why hide your head and show your tail?" There was a cold snort in the darkness. "You are not qualified." Zhang Xi seemed to have already known that this would be the result. Facing such contemptuous words, he did not show the slightest dissatisfaction. Instead, he said quietly, "Tell me, what do you want my sect to do?" There was a satisfied laugh in the darkness. "Good thing. Good thing." Zhang Xi's sneer carried a trace of helplessness. "How about digging spirit stones?" Lu Ping followed the familiar aura all the way, but suddenly he felt a strange divine sense hovering around him. Had he been discovered? Immediately, Lu Ping realized that this divine sense was very subtle. If not for the fact that Lu Ping's own divine sense had already reached the level of a late Dharma adept, he would not have been able to discover this hidden divine sense. It was clear that the person who was controlling this divine sense was very confident in his own divine sense. He probably had not been discovered, but was merely monitoring any suspicious people who passed by. Lu Ping turned and entered a wine shop by the side of the road. Similarly, he took a seat near the window. He called for a pot of spirit wine and slowly sipped it. His divine sense, however, was like a silent stream of water, spreading out in all directions. After a while, he discovered that the source of the divine sense that had surrounded him was in the tea shop at the intersection of the road ahead. It really was him. No, absolutely not. Zhang Xi could no longer maintain his calm. In his agitation, even his voice was a lot louder. "Do you know how many Dharma adepts of the sects are stationed on Yuanling Island? 15 sects, close to 20 Dharma adepts, and hundreds of other disciples. You are sending us to our deaths." Chapter 1038. That's impossible. You're just asking our sect to die. Zhang Xi growled in a low voice. Die? I'm afraid your Blue Sea sect has been plotting this for a long time. In the North Sea world of practitioners, your sect has been constantly suppressed by Zhenling. How many spirit stones does your sect have left? I'm just taking advantage of the situation to give you a chance. In the darkness, Zhang Xi's expression could not be seen clearly. However, the friar could imagine the shock on Zhang Xi's face as he tried his best to control it. After a while, Zhang Xi's slightly tired voice came from the darkness again. "How did you know? How would you give us a chance?" The friar's proud laughter came from the darkness. However, he ignored Zhang Shi's first question and said directly, "Our people have already discovered Mara's unusual movements. Perhaps they will give up on Phantom City and turn to the other 4 islands to test the waters. Perhaps that will be your chance." Zhang Shi naturally knew that he wouldn't get anything out of the first question, which was also what made Zhang Shi terrified. However, when he heard the mysterious cultivator's words, he still revealed a shocked expression and said, "The devil Luo is wreaking havoc outside the island, but you actually have a source of information. Who are you people?" The mysterious practitioner seemed to enjoy the feeling of Zhang Shi being toyed with in the palm of his hand. He laughed and said, "Why ask such useless questions? When the opportunity comes, with your intelligence, you will naturally grasp it. If you have this spare time, why don't you think about your sex friend Wang Shiqing? I believe he has already passed his first thunder trial and has become a mid-dharma adept." Zhang Shi suddenly stood up, and the killing intent that he had been trying to restrain before could no longer be controlled. A fierce aura burst out towards the person in front of him like a tsunami. The formations and prohibitions in the secret chamber constantly glowed with various colors, but they still couldn't stop Zhang Shi's furious aura. Continuous crisp sounds came from all around the secret chamber. It wouldn't be long before the formations and prohibitions in this secret chamber collapsed under Zhang Shi's surging aura. Although the mysterious practitioner was only at the early Dharma stage, under the pressure of Zhang Shi's aura, he still appeared calm. "If you don't want this secret room to collapse, you can attack me. However, I have to remind you that the secret reincarnation technique that Bai Jishan provided is not complete and has many flaws. However, I happen to have a more complete and detailed version of this secret technique. If I accidentally break it, not only will your sect lose a mid-dharma adept, but if your hopes of becoming a great adept in a short period of time are dashed, I'm afraid your sect will not even have the right to stand on equal footing with Zhenling and Xianling sects in the North Sea. As for your sect's dream of becoming a big sect, forgive me for saying this, but that's just a joke." It was as if Zhang Shi's surging aura had been pierced by a thin needle. In an instant, the murderous aura in the entire secret room disappeared. His eyes were still shining with shock and anger, but he was like a gambler whose trump card had been seen through, and he no longer had the courage to bargain with the person in front of him. In the tavern, Lu Ping watched as the early Dharma adept slowly walked out of the alley. He nodded slightly to the cultivator in the tea house, and the two of them walked down the street towards the east side of Phantom Spirit City. Lu Ping thought for a moment, then also stood up and threw a blood condensation elixir on the table. He left the wine shop and followed the two of them from afar. In the secret room, Zhang Shi's expression could not be seen clearly in the darkness. At this moment, there was a pop sound, and a ray of light flashed in the secret room. In an instant, the teleportation matrix beneath Zhang Shi was illuminated. At the same time, the expression on Zhang Shi's face flashed in the light, and then the entire secret room fell into complete silence. Lu Ping followed the two people in front of him all the way to the east of Phantom City. There were fewer and fewer people along the way, and at the same time, the path that the two of them took became more and more remote, and the surroundings became more and more silent. Lu Ping's expression changed, and he suddenly hid himself, then stealthily moved in another direction. After a moment, two space doors silently appeared at the place where Lu Ping was previously standing. Two mid-dharma adepts stepped out of the doors, and their divine senses spread out in all directions. Immediately after, a suspicious look appeared on their faces. Nothing? It seems that the two of them are being overly suspicious, or perhaps they thought that someone who was passing by was tailing them. Let's go. Since everyone is here, we will probably make our move soon. So what if someone is watching from the side? Could it be that someone would dare to risk the world to save him? That's true. As long as we do this, others will suspect us sooner or later. We are just trying to cover our ears while stealing a bell. Their voices lingered, and the two of them had already used their space powers to leave. After a moment, two shadows suddenly separated from the walls on both sides. They looked at each other, then exploded into a thick cloud of spiritual qi that dissipated in midair. The silhouettes clearly looked like the figures of the two Dharma adepts from before. However, at this time, Lu Ping still did not appear. Instead, he quietly hid in the alley of a house, as if waiting for something. After being trapped in the 5 Phantom Islands for more than 2 months, even though Lu Ping had not specifically visited the Dharma adepts of the various sects, this did not prevent Lu Ping from recognizing the identities of these adepts. The 2 mid-Dharma adepts just now were obviously from the 9 great sects. One of them was probably an adept from the Purple Talisman Pavilion, while the other was Lao Tzu from a large sect in the South China Sea. The technique that the 2 of them had used before they left was the Purple Talisman Pavilion's pursuing Shadow Talisman. In Lu Ping's divine will, just as the 2 shadows dissipated, an invisible barrier began to form about 10 feet in front of him. The houses and buildings that were enveloped by the barrier seemed to be reflected on the barrier. From afar, it seemed as if nothing had happened. If not for the fact that Lu Ping's divine will had been constantly paying attention in that direction and had already discovered something, he would have been lost in such a high-level illusion. Lu Ping stood there quietly for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Only then did he carefully extend his divine will towards the invisible barrier. At the same time, a green light flashed in his eyes as he tried to see through the invisible barrier to see something. At this time, Lu Ping's expression changed. With a shake of his body, he retreated outside. The invisible barrier in the distance suddenly shook, causing the countless buildings that were reflected on the barrier to shake as well. There was a sudden loud explosion, and a huge wave of energy suddenly burst forth from the invisible barrier. The invisible barrier was like a piece of paper that had been pierced, revealing the buildings that had long been reduced to ruins. The barrier then rapidly contracted and repaired itself, and after a while, it was completely intact. From afar, the buildings there had not changed at all, and the entire Phantom City only had that sudden explosion. Even so, the explosion, which shook the entire city, alarmed a good number of people. The sound spread far into the other 4 islands. Many cultivators from the other sects and the human and Yao races rushed over to Phantom City to investigate what was going on. A black cloud of mist shot out from the newly broken invisible barrier and disappeared in an instant. Several mid-Dharma adepts immediately appeared outside the illusion, blocking the many cultivators who were coming in. They also claimed that someone had tried to assassinate Tri Laozu. Tri Laozu was now seriously injured and on the verge of death, but the assassin's physical body had also been destroyed. However, the assassin's Dharma power had escaped. They hoped that the many cultivators in Phantom City would organize themselves and search for the assassin. This news immediately caused the entire Phantom City to be in an uproar. Who was Tri Laozu? He was one of the 3 great Dharma adepts of the Northern Alliance. He was famous in the East Sea for his powerful poison techniques. He had all kinds of strange poison techniques that were impossible to defend against. He also consumed all kinds of poisonous substances to increase his level of practice. In the East Sea, he was known as the Addict. He was also known as the most difficult person to deal with among the late Dharma adepts. Even though he had accidentally fallen into Mara's trap during his battle with Mara and was personally injured by an Azura, he had still been able to escape from the combined attacks of 2 Jade Shuras and 1 Azura. This showed just how powerful he was. A person like this, even when he was seriously injured, would not dare to be trifled with. Who would have the guts to assassinate such a powerful person? And from the looks of it, the assassination had succeeded. Moreover, at this time, Phantom City was surrounded by Mara's army. Even the humans and demons had begun to join forces to fight against the enemy. What kind of person would be so ignorant as to do such a thing at this critical juncture that would bring joy to his enemies and pain to his friends? At this time, the entire Phantom City was in an uproar. Almost all the disciples of the major sects had begun to move, searching the entire city for the spy. The Northern Alliance adepts, on the other hand, seemed to be in a state of panic. Some people even seemed to have sensed something and were in a hurry to find other Dharma adepts of the Northern Alliance. The number of adepts from the Northern Alliance who participated in the search was very few. At this time, behind the invisible barrier, there was a layer of indistinct fog in the middle of the ruins. From afar, this fog made people feel nauseous. And above this fog floated a few adepts whose faces could not be seen clearly. From their appearance, they all looked old. It was precisely because of these adepts that the fog in the ruins under their feet did not leak out at all. At this time, a long sigh came from one of the adepts. He said, "I was too careless. I didn't expect Chui to still have such power despite being so seriously injured." I'm afraid Chui had long realized that something was wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have self-destructed the seed of his natural supreme power at the first instance and abandoned his physical body to escape. So what? His Dharma power has long been damaged by Ajura. If he can't find a suitable person to possess within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he will die sooner or later. Chapter 1039. Chui's poison techniques make it difficult for him to take over his body. Even a normal core forging adept's body would be reduced to a puddle of pus after coming into contact with his poison techniques. Even for Dharma adepts, only those with extremely strong bodies would be able to withstand his possession. Furthermore, Dharma adepts are not that easy to take over. That might not be the case. This Chui's poison techniques are strange and unpredictable. If he really meets an early Dharma adept, he might really succeed. Didn't we clear the area when we set up this heavenly illusion array? How could there be any Dharma adepts nearby? The few Laozu fell silent for a while. Then one of the elders said, "Invite Yen Chongtian from the Fire Phoenix race over. Only Yen Chongtian's natural power can suppress the poisonous fog in these ruins and clear it quickly. Otherwise, it will be a problem if we leave it here." Aren't you afraid of him noticing something? Let's ask the one from the Yuan family to come. What kind of secret is this? If he doesn't come, we won't know. As for the one from the Yuan family, although his abilities are not bad, he is still lacking. The few elders disappeared one by one, leaving behind only a faint sigh. The Northern Alliance is about to fall apart. What did it mean to be an undeserved disaster? Just look at Lu Ping's pale face. Just as Lu Ping realized that something was wrong with the illusory barrier and was about to escape, a black cloud of poisonous fog had already shot towards him. An extremely strong divine will was like a huge hammer, smashing viciously onto Lu Ping's divine will. Lu Ping felt a buzzing sound in his head. His head fell back violently, and he leaned against a wall. He could vaguely hear a sound of "ih." In the blink of an eye, Lu Ping had already regained consciousness. He quickly gathered his divine will and completely pushed the dizziness out of his head. Not good. A scream suddenly rang out in Lu Ping's head. Who? Lu Ping's expression changed, and he used his divine will to scan the surroundings. There was no one around. Lu Ping's expression changed drastically, and his divine will quickly gathered in the space of his heart core. When it descended on the Dharma form, he found that his body had been poisoned. If not for his strong body and the myriad poison meteorite power gang condensed in his body to resist the poison, Lu Ping would have already turned into a pool of blood. After Lu Ping's spiritual force descended on the dragon Dharma form, he could already feel his back oozing with cold sweat. Within the space of his heart core, there was a pitch-black cloud, and a winged venomous flood dragon was looking at the Dharma form in front of him with a look of fear. He could only make out some of the Dharma form's claws, but he was unable to make out its full appearance. At the same time, the venomous flood dragon looked at the Dharma form and the spirit treasures that were circling around the dragon Dharma form with a look of shock. A moment ago, the venomous flood dragon Dharma form had used all of its strength to unleash a divine will attack, and it had taken the opportunity to rush into Lu Ping's heart core. It wanted to crush and devour his Dharma form, and then think of a way to take over his body. Although this method was extremely risky, in the heart of the venomous flood dragon Dharma form, this so-called risk was only referring to the difficulties that it would encounter in the process of taking over Zhou Donghuang's body. This was a decision that was originally made with a slim chance of survival, and even if it succeeded, under the most fortunate circumstances, it would only be able to return to its current level of practice in the future, and it would be impossible for it to advance any further. As for the instinctive resistance of the practitioner in front of it, it did not bother the venomous flood dragon Dharma form at all. In its eyes, although Lu Ping was at the early Dharma stage, under the impact of the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's own peak late Dharma form cultivation, it would be easy for it to destroy Lu Ping's resistance. However, in reality, the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's instinctive resistance had far exceeded its expectations, and it had even exceeded its tolerance. First, the venomous flood dragon Dharma form had encountered a strong resistance. Although Lu Ping had hastily responded to the attack, Lu Ping had not been defeated by the impact, and his strong divine will had allowed Lu Ping to regain his senses at the first instance. Just as the venomous flood dragon Dharma form had discovered that Lu Ping's physical body was extraordinarily strong in the process of invading Lu Ping's core space, it had been secretly delighted. However, after entering the core space, it felt as if it was being stared at by a noble god from ancient times. For a moment, the venomous flood dragon Dharma form actually had an extremely absurd thought in its mind, as if it was very small. Before the venomous flood dragon Dharma form could put this thought to the back of its mind, its eyes were dazzled by the magical treasures surrounding the Dharma form, which gave it a strange feeling. Perhaps this time, its target for taking over the body of an extremely extraordinary person. Thinking back to when it had first invaded the core space, the venomous flood dragon Dharma form could not help but think of this possibility. But then the magical treasures surrounding the venomous flood dragon Dharma form suddenly began to move, quickly proving that its thinking was not wrong, but far from correct. First, the Thunder 7 Treasures calabash jumped out. Ever since it had been promoted to a spirit-nurturing treasure, its spiritual nature had been awakened. It was worthy of being the #1 divine artifact in the past. Thunder's 7 Treasures calabash. As the venomous flood dragon Dharma form cried out in alarm, a bolt of rainbow lightning shot out from the mouth of the calabash, striking the venomous flood dragon Dharma form before it could even dodge. Even the inky black cloud that the venomous flood dragon Dharma form had nurtured for many years was almost scattered by the rainbow lightning. Immediately after, a golden rock suddenly rushed out from Lu Ping's golden cloud and swooped down towards the venomous flood dragon Dharma form, but it was swatted away by the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's wing. However, it did not notice Lu Xiaoping, who was riding on the rock's back. Lu Xiaoping jumped down from the rock's back, piercing through one of the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's wings. Then, when the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's head shot out like a serpent's tongue towards him, Lu Xiaoping had no choice but to jump back. External incarnation. The venomous flood dragon Dharma form was feeling worse and worse. Damn it! If the old man had not lost his physical body, do you really think a mere external incarnation like you could hurt the old man? As soon as the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's voice fell, a wine cauldron also rushed out from the cloud, but it stopped far in front of the venomous flood dragon Dharma form. Ling Long suddenly stood up from within the wine cauldron, and countless spiritual liquids followed Ling Long's movements and flew towards the venomous flood dragon Dharma form. Jade Dew Spirit Liquid. The venomous flood dragon Dharma form let out a strange cry. Its cultivation and strength were all based on the word poison, and although the various spiritual liquids and jade dew were not its specialties, they still had a great negative impact on its strength. Damn it, damn it. Although the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol had an extremely high level of cultivation, it had lost the support of its physical body. Furthermore, it was currently in someone else's territory. Although its master's consciousness had been temporarily knocked unconscious, it was not easy for the dove nest sparrow to take over. At the very least, dodging within the core space was extremely difficult. A large amount of spiritual liquids fell upon the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's black cloud, and with a chi-chi sound, a white mist began to rise. The black cloud continued to melt, and the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's body became more and more obvious. The venomous flood dragon Dharma form roared, and from its mouth shot out an object. This object opened up in midair, revealing its body to be a giant pair of scissors. The pair of scissors flew towards Linglong's wine cauldron, and 2 sharp rays of light shot towards Linglong's wine cauldron. This was actually a spirit treasure, and a second tribulation spirit treasure at that. Linglong shouted from within the cauldron, and the wine cauldron immediately began to spin in an attempt to escape into the cloud. She was only a first tribulation spirit treasure. How could she be a match for a second tribulation spirit treasure that specialized in killing? Even the rock that was hovering above the horn, waiting for an opportunity, was frightened when it saw the pair of scissors, and fled into the cloud in a panic. Although it was a defensive spirit treasure, and also had the ability to attack and defend, it was made from the material of a sail, and was most afraid of spirit treasures like the pair of scissors. Although Ling Long was escaping extremely quickly, the two blades of light were closely chasing after her, and it was clear that they were not going to give up. Seeing that Ling Long was definitely going to take this attack, the thin water-flowing sword shot out, one to the left and one to the right, and sent out two sword chi. However, this only caused the two blades of light to dim slightly, and they continued to chase after Ling Long. Ling Long, who was lying on the edge of the cauldron, was about to cry. She could clearly feel that once her body was hit by the two blades of light, even if she did not collapse, she would still be severely injured. At this moment, a white lotus suddenly bloomed from the bottom of the Dharma idol's cloud, and a white light suddenly shot out from the stamen. This white light seemed to be able to cross the void, and it was so fast that one could not dodge it, and was nailed to one's body. The pair of scissors suddenly paused in midair, and the two blades of light chasing after Ling Long could not help but slow down. Ling Long's wine cauldron completely fled back into the Dharma idol's cloud. On the other side of the core space, the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol roared, and the pair of scissors in midair suddenly trembled, and in an instant, it was freed from the imprisonment of the white light. The two blades of light relentlessly shot towards the Dharma idol's cloud, but one after another, lotuses began to bloom in front of the Dharma idol's cloud. The two blades of light cut off one after another, but immediately after, 3, 5, and even more lotuses began to bloom, making it impossible for the two blades of light to approach the Dharma idol's cloud. The entire process seemed complicated, but in reality, only a few moments had passed. Not good. At this time, the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol had already sensed that the master of the core space had broken free from its will attack, and was now descending upon its own Dharma idol. If this were to happen, then the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's chances of success in this battle of possession would be even slimmer. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol sighed and recalled the pair of scissors. At the same time, it retracted its poisonous cloud and began to retreat into a corner of the core space. The golden cloud began to churn like boiling water, and the mysterious Dharma idol began to circle around it. Every now and then, bits and pieces of the Dharma idol would emerge from the cloud, but no one would be able to see the whole picture. The more this was done, the more the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol became afraid, and did not dare to make the slightest move. A sound that seemed to come from ancient times spread throughout the core space from the Dharma idol's cloud. For a moment, the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol felt an impulse to prostrate itself in worship. In fact, not only did the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol not feel the slightest bit of humiliation, but rather an honor that came from the depths of its bloodline. Chapter 1040. My friend the old man. Before the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol could finish speaking, it was interrupted by the dragon Dharma idol's long roar. The dragon Dharma idol's divine will had descended upon it, and it immediately began to roar in the core space. This was its territory. How could it allow others to sleep soundly? Furthermore, Lu Ping's core space contained many of his secrets, which were the foundation of his survival in the world of practitioners. How could he allow outsiders to know about them? With Lu Ping's full control, the many treasures and spiritual treasures were no longer as sluggish as before. With the support of the dragon Dharma power, their power was also multiplied. A dragon claw reached out from the Dharma power and hooked. The thin flowing water sword let out a deafening cry as it flew towards the venomous Jiao Dharma power. After all, this was Lu Ping's home turf. Although the venomous Jiao Dharma power was in the late Dharma stage, the Dharma power had already been injured by the Asura earlier. Now that it had lost its physical body, it was like a rootless duckweed. Although it still retained some extraordinary power, this little bit of power could only be used up if it was not replenished. Seeing that Lu Ping did not give it any chance to explain, and that it was going to fight to the death right from the start, the venomous Jiao Dharma power sighed and had no choice but to deal with it. No matter who it was, under such circumstances, there was no reason for it to compromise. Furthermore, the venomous Jiao Dharma power had been aiming for Lu Ping's life from the very beginning. The venomous Jiao Dharma power leaped into the air. Because the Dharma power around it had mostly been destroyed, the venomous Jiao Dharma power's silhouette was now visible to Lu Ping. Snake body, eagle wings, eagle claws. From the Dharma power, it was obvious that this person had the blood of a Jiao. If the blood condensation realm was smelted, then it should be a snake demon or eagle demon that had the blood of a Jiao. The eagle demon's blood should have been smelted twice. The venomous Jiao Dharma power spread its wings and reached out with its eagle claws. When the thin flowing water sword struck the eagle claws, two horns immediately formed on the claws. The claws were undamaged, and with a sudden grab, the two flying swords were firmly grasped. The thin water-flowing sword trembled rapidly, trying to break free from the eagle's claws. A huge force came crashing down from the eagle's claws like waves, shaking the horned Dharma idol up and down in the core space. However, the venomous Jiao Dharma idol never loosened its grip on the two swords beneath its feet. A cold snort came from the middle of the golden Dharma idol's auspicious cloud. The artifact spirit of the cloud sail, the golden rock, swooped down again. Lu Xiaoping rode on the rock's back, and the azure willow sword in his hand had already shot out. The venomous Jiao Dharma power was extremely wary of Lu Ping's avatar. The venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud retracted its wings and shot its forked tongue at the azure willow sword like a soft sword. The golden rock Dharma power cloud swooped down. The venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud spread its wings, trying to swat the azure willow sword away. Unexpectedly, with the help of Lu Ping's cloud sails, the golden rock Dharma power cloud was no longer as weak as before. The golden rock Dharma power cloud broke through the venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud's attack, and its sharp claws viciously clawed at the venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud. Several pitch-black scales were torn off, and the venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud hissed in pain. Immediately after, the golden rock let out a strange cry and hurriedly scattered the scales. The venomous flood dragon's gloomy voice came from within. "I advise your excellency to temporarily assist me. This old man is like a tiger that has fallen to the plains, but I still have my poison arts. If your excellency insists on killing this old man, then this old man will have no choice but to disperse my poison arts in order to protect myself. At that time, even if your excellency's cultivation reaches the heavens, I fear that your excellency will not be able to obtain any benefits." Lu Ping didn't pay any attention to the venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud. A bolt of lightning struck down, completely dissolving the black poison. The venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud said coldly, "You can't possibly think that a few bolts of lightning will be enough to deal with the old man, right? Even if you have the 7-treasure thunder gourd, what can you do?" In response to the venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud, the 7-treasure thunder gourd spat out a dense net of lightning, and at the same time, the dragon Dharma power cloud shot out a bolt of water divine thunder. If you are determined to kill the old man, then don't blame the old man. The venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud hardened its heart, and the second tribulation scissors spirit treasure soared into the sky, aiming for the 7-treasure thunder gourd. Without saying a word, the 7-treasure thunder gourd spun in a circle and flew towards the Dharma power cloud. Lu Ping had been waiting for this second tribulation spirit treasure to appear. Just as the two blade lights chased after the 7-treasure thunder gourd towards the Dharma power cloud, the core space suddenly lit up with 12 multicolored lights. Zhen Yu. A white light suddenly bloomed, and the white light merged with the 12 multicolored lights around it. The 12 multicolored lights suddenly shone brightly, and at the same time, the two blade lights were drowned out. An invisible force came from all directions and pressed down on the scissors spirit treasure that was suspended in midair. The scissors spirit treasure that was suspended in midair was firmly fixed in place. What? The venomous Jiao Dharma power looked on in disbelief as a second tribulation spiritual treasure wielded by a late Dharma adept like him was actually suspended in midair. What was even more shocking was that the Dharma treasure wielded by the practitioner in front of him was clearly a set of natal formation. Furthermore, this natal formation was not like most other Dharma treasures, which were assembled into a single set. Instead, it was a set of 13 spirit-nurturing treasures. How could a practitioner have so much energy to nurture so many spirit treasures, and how could he have enough inner yuan to control such a set of life formation? This thought only flashed across the venomous Jiao Dharma Power's mind. Although the venomous Jiao Dharma Power's biggest trump card had been restrained, it was still full of confidence. In a loud voice, it said, "Do you really think that this will be enough to make the old man submit? The power of a late Dharma Power adept is far beyond your imagination. The old man just doesn't want to die with you." The old man will say the same thing again. "I hope to have an open and honest discussion with you." The reply to the venomous Jiao Dharma Power was a blue flying sword that suddenly appeared behind the venomous Jiao Dharma Power, slashing viciously at one of its wings. The venomous Jiao Dharma Power circled in the air, avoiding the sneak attack of the aqua sword. It opened its mouth and spat out a black poisonous flame at the flying sword. Unexpectedly, the aqua sword had already dodged far away after missing its attack. The poisonous flame emitted billowing poisonous smoke that spread throughout the entire core space. The venomous Jiao Dharma Power said coldly, "Since you think that the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash can restrain the old man, does the old man not have any other tricks up his sleeve? The old man doesn't believe that your thunder magic will be able to extinguish this poisonous smoke. As long as there is even a tiny bit of it left, your core space will definitely be polluted." However, before the venomous Jiao Dharma Power had even finished speaking, a similar black flame suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's core space. One by one, the flames peeled off from the body of the flame, and in an instant, they filled the entire core space, surrounding the spreading poisonous smoke. Each flame unknowingly drew in a stream of poisonous smoke. After the poisonous smoke merged with the flame, the entire flame began to dance violently, and after a while, it seemed to be much brighter than before. What kind of flame is this? It can actually swallow up the old man's poisonous smoke. Do you really think that this will be able to completely dissolve the old man's poisonous smoke? Noisy! Lu Ping snorted coldly from within the Golden Dharma Power's auspicious cloud, and an overwhelming divine will press down on the venomous Jiao Dharma Power. What a joke! The old man admits that your divine will is not weak, but if you think that you can use your divine will to overwhelm the old man, that is just wishful thinking. Although the venomous Jiao Dharma Power had previously condensed its divine will to attack Lu Ping with all its might, its remaining divine will had been greatly weakened due to the lack of a physical body to nourish it. However, it was still a great adept of the late Dharma Power, and even if Lu Ping's divine will was extremely strong, it was still beyond his power to overwhelm the venomous Jiao Dharma Power. But today, the venomous Jiao Dharma Power was definitely going to be shocked into numbness by Lu Ping's endless methods. All that could be seen was that the monstrous divine will was like a flood bursting through a dam, and as it rushed towards the venomous Jiao Dharma Power, a shapeless layer of flame suddenly ignited on top of the wave of divine will. Jade phosphorus soulfire. The venomous Jiao Dharma Power's voice finally had a hint of fear in it, and it immediately let out a scream. Lu Ping's divine will was no longer afraid of the poison hidden within the venomous Jiao Dharma Power's divine will, and it pressed down on the venomous Jiao Dharma Power with a crushing force. The jade phosphorus soulfire burned away the trace of poison hidden within the venomous Jiao Dharma Power's divine will. "You forced me to do this, you forced me to do this." At this time, the venomous Jiao Dharma Power finally recognized Lu Ping's determination to kill it. It suddenly flapped its wings, and a hurricane actually formed in the core space. The Rock Spirit Rock and Lu Shaohai were both disoriented by this single flap of its wings, and the black flame that had imprisoned the poisonous smoke was instantly extinguished by half. The poisonous smoke, which had already shrunk to a third of its original size, once again began to wreak havoc in the core space. At this time, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared in the core space, and a deep passageway formed, revealing a shimmering golden pool. As if sensing the power of the poisonous smoke that was wreaking havoc in the core space, the golden pool suddenly began to churn, and a dark blue liquid rose from the bottom of the golden pool. As if it had understood something, it sank back down, and then an inexplicable power suddenly formed. The poisonous smoke that was wreaking havoc in Lu Ping's core space suddenly broke away from the venomous Jiao Dharma Power's control, and a steady stream of it flowed into the spatial vortex. How is this possible? 10,000 poison liquid? No, this is the mother liquid of the 10,000 poison liquid, the mother of all poisons in the world. How could you have such a thing? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although Lu Ping did not know why the venomous Jiao Dharma power would be so hysterical when it saw the 10,000 poison liquid, although the 10,000 poison liquid was extremely rare in the world of practitioners, it was not enough to cause a Dharma adept to be so shocked that he would collapse. The 10,000 poison liquid was known as the mother of all poisons, and that was something that the venomous Jiao Dharma power had said was no different from the mother of all poisons. My friend, please assist me. The old man is willing to recognize you as his master. My friend, you can place a divine will seal within the old man's Dharma power. If he dares to betray me, may I be struck by lightning. The venomous Jiao Dharma power was growing more and more anxious. Just as the golden spatial vortex formed, not only the poisonous smoke, but the venomous Jiao Dharma power could also feel a surge of power being drawn towards the vortex, and he could not do anything to stop it. Chapter 1041. The venomous Jiao Dharma power did not seem to be able to put up any resistance against the so-called mother liquid of the 10,000 poison serum. In order to survive, this mighty late Dharma adept had said that he would recognize Lu Ping as his master and was willing to allow his Dharma power to be sealed. If it had been anyone else, it would have been fine, but this venomous Jiao Dharma power was an existence that had gone through 2 tribulations. The pure yang aura within the Dharma power was unstoppable. Faced with such an existence, Lu Ping would not dare to trust it at all other than to kill it completely. The more the venomous Jiao Dharma power begged for mercy, the more Lu Ping did not dare to trust it. Who knew how many trump cards this mighty Dharma adept had hidden up his sleeves? If it turned against him, Lu Ping did not have the slightest confidence that he would be able to suppress it again. At this point, Lu Ping did not have the time to think about the mother liquid of the 10,000 poison serum that the venomous Jiao Dharma power had mentioned. He only cared about widening the space tunnel that connected to the green stone pool that contained the 10,000 poison serum. The 10,000 poison serum did not seem to have the same strange effect that it had before, where it only dabbled in various poisons. Perhaps it was because the venomous Jiao Dharma power's poison skills were truly earth-shattering, causing the 10,000 poison serum to be unable to stop. In any case, the poison that was extracted from the venomous Jiao Dharma power did not condense into clouds above the green stone pool and fall down as golden raindrops. Instead, it directly melted into the green stone pool, causing the surface of the 10,000 poison serum to rise rapidly. Do you really think that you can kill the old man like this? Seeing that Lu Ping was unable to resist the temptation of having a Dharma adept as a slave, the Dharma power of the venomous dragon Dharma power went berserk. The old man has dominated the East Sea for his entire life. Even the pure Yang Laozu has to be wary of him. Do you really think that the old man will be at your mercy just because he has lost his physical body and has been suppressed by you? As soon as he finished speaking, the pure yang aura of the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol suddenly burst into flames. In an instant, it broke free of the myriad poison liquid's shackles and pushed away Lu Ping's green phosphorus soul fire. With a flap of its wings, the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol howled and charged towards the dragon Dharma idol, which was still hidden in the golden clouds. Lu Ping snorted coldly and said, "You're courting death." The golden clouds began to churn violently, and the dragon Dharma idol was raring to go. It was obvious that it was very excited to have a direct confrontation with this Dharma power. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol burned its pure yang aura, causing its own aura to skyrocket. However, it also knew that this was a desperate move. Once the pure yang aura was exhausted, it would immediately return to its original form, and it might not even be able to maintain its Dharma power. But in this situation, if it did not fight with its life on the line, it could only wait for death. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was a decisive person, and when it came to matters of life and death, it would not hesitate at all. However, just as the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was about to collide with Lu Ping's Dharma idol, a golden tail suddenly lashed out from the clouds, whipping towards the venomous flood dragon's body. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol flapped its wings, and its body rose higher, dodging the attack. Unexpectedly, a pair of giant claws suddenly emerged from the clouds, grabbing onto the venomous flood dragon's wings. The giant claws suddenly pulled, and the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol roared in pain. One of the wings was completely torn off, and the other was torn into pieces. The single horn opened its mouth and shot out a soft snake sword, but a cloud suddenly rolled over to the side and instantly submerged the soft sword. One could only vaguely see a branch that looked like a deer's antlers sweeping through the cloud. With a clang sound, the soft sword seemed to want to wrap around something in the cloud, but in the end it did not succeed and was knocked back by a huge force. The pure yang flames on the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol had become increasingly dim, and the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was becoming more and more anxious. But now, not only did it not gain any advantage, it did not even get to see the true appearance of the Dharma idol. The single horn opened its mouth and spat out the last of its poisonous flames into the Dharma idol's cloud. The moment the golden cloud came into contact with the poisonous flames, it began to corrode and melt away on a large scale. Suddenly, the golden cloud revealed a huge head of a strange flood dragon. This head looked very strange. It looked like the head of a crocodile, but it also had a pair of ox ears, 2 antlers on top of its head, 2 long carp whiskers on the sides of its mouth, and a thick horse mane on its neck. What kind of Dharma idol was this? The strange flood dragon Dharma idol looked indifferently at the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's heart skipped a beat, as if the pressure from its bloodline had descended upon its body once again. The strange flood dragon Dharma idol opened its mouth and spat out a clear stream of sweet spring water. When the melting poisonous flames came into contact with the sweet spring water condensed by the strange flood dragon Dharma idol, it immediately issued a chi-chi sound. A large amount of white mist rose up, and the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's poisonous flames were finally extinguished. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was about to make a move, but it suddenly saw a giant golden claw coming out from the Dharma idol's auspicious cloud to grab its head. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's first reaction was to dodge, but its entire body was unexpectedly shackled by a strange power. Looking down, it saw that at some unknown time, the countless auspicious clouds had transformed into thin threads that wrapped around the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's body. To be able to shackle the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol, even when it was burning its own pure yang energy, it was clear that the auspicious cloud also contained pure yang energy, and its density was no less than that of the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol. The series of unexpected events had left the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol no time to be shocked, and its entire body could no longer move. It could only watch as the giant golden claw grew larger and larger in the sky, pressing down on the Dharma idol's body. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's eyes flashed with despair, and 2 strange flames suddenly ignited in its eyes. However, the flames suddenly shrank back, no longer burning on the Dharma idol's body, but instead burrowed into the Dharma idol's body. Lu Ping could clearly sense that at this time, the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol had been ignited by these 2 strange flames, but strangely, the Dharma idol's surface still maintained its original shape. Not good, the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was about to self-destruct. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, but the dragon Dharma idol's giant claw did not slow down the speed of its suppression. At the same time, a round ball suddenly flew out from the auspicious cloud, and with a pu sound, it smashed into the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's head before the dragon Dharma idol could. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol fell to the ground, and the black flames burning within its body immediately dissipated, but very quickly, they showed signs of reforming again. That round ball was the dragon Dharma idol's pure yang pearl, and seeing that the black flames were reforming again, the pure yang pearl suddenly floated up into the air and began to slowly spin in front of the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's eyes. Wisps of black flames began to be absorbed by the pure yang pearl, and at the same time, the flames condensing within the Dharma idol's body also began to slow down. At this time, the giant golden claw finally pressed down, and the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was grabbed by the dragon Dharma idol's claw, and it was immediately pressed to the ground. The black flames burning within its body were finally completely suppressed. How is this possible? How is this possible? You can actually suppress the old man. A weak voice rang out from within the body of the suppressed Dharma power, but it still sounded hysterical. It was obvious that it could not believe that a Dharma power of a late Dharma adept like him could be defeated so badly. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Lu Ping did not pay any attention to it. After the pure yang pearl absorbed the black flames within the Dharma idol, it continued to spin in front of the suppressed venomous flood dragon Dharma idol. Wisps of pure yang qi were extracted from the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol by the pure yang pearl, and then absorbed onto the surface of the pure yang pearl. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was still roaring, but Lu Ping directly sent the jade phosphorus fire soul into the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's eyes, and began to burn the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's will. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's roar suddenly turned into a pitiful wail. You can't kill me. The old man is the Northern Alliance's Chu Yi. As long as you can spare the old man's life, the old man will definitely reward you greatly. Lu Ping did not know the identity of this venomous flood dragon Dharma idol, but once he heard that this person was one of the 3 great Dharma adepts of the Northern Alliance, Chu Yi Laozu, who was famous throughout the East Sea for his strange poison techniques, Lu Ping became even more determined to kill him. As for the benefits that Chu Yi Laozu had mentioned, Lu Ping believed that this great late Dharma adept had the ability to do so. At least, the Northern Alliance, which was currently embroiled in internal strife, would definitely fall into a precarious situation after losing another great adept. By then, the Northern Alliance would definitely be surrounded by a pack of wolves, and if Lu Ping had the guidance of an old man who knew the way, he might be able to reap the most benefits from the competition between the various sects. However, regardless of whether Chu Ye's words were true or not, Lu Ping would rather believe that they were all false. This was because no matter how great the benefits were, one had to be alive to enjoy them, and Lu Ping was not willing to leave even the slightest bit of danger by his side. The pure yang flames on the surface of the venomous flood dragon Dharma power had long been extinguished, and Chu Yi Laozu's pleading voice became softer and softer. The venomous flood dragon Dharma power was suppressed by the dragon Dharma power, and it could not move in the slightest. Under the burning of the green phosphorus soul fire, even though Chu Yi Laozu's divine will had already reached the peak of the Dharma adepts, he could only slowly accept his fate of death. The venomous flood dragon Dharma power slowly disintegrated, turning back into a ball of chaos. The poison within it had long been absorbed by the 10,000 poison liquid, and the green phosphorus soul fire was still burning on top of it. In Lu Ping's divine will, Chu Yi Laozu had long disappeared, but Lu Ping still did not dare to be careless. Who knew what other tricks these Dharma adepts had up their sleeves? This ball of Dharma power was actually a Dharma soul, and it was a Dharma soul left behind by a Dharma adept. Lu Ping reached out his hand to summon Linglong's wine cauldron, and this ball of Dharma soul entered the wine cauldron. At the same time, he let the pure yang pearl float above the wine cauldron, continuing to absorb the pure yang qi within the wine cauldron. Lu Ping thought for a moment, then covered the mouth of Linglong's wine cauldron with a ball of green phosphorus soul fire, causing every wisp of pure yang qi to be filtered by the green phosphorus soul fire. Only then did he completely relax. In a secluded alley, Lu Ping suddenly opened his eyes, and his face suddenly turned red. He spat out a mouthful of black, filthy blood. When it landed on the ground, it instantly corroded a 3-inch hole in the green stone floor. Chapter 1042. A golden light flashed on the surface of Lu Ping's body. After he opened his palm, all the golden light on his body gathered in the center of his palm. A black pill grew from nothing, from small to large. When the golden light dissipated, a black pill the size of a grape appeared in Lu Ping's palm. This pill was the poison that had invaded Lu Ping's body earlier. After it had been forced out of his body by the meteoric power of 1,000 poisons, it had condensed in the center of Lu Ping's palm. Even the meteoric power of 1,000 poisons could not completely absorb it. He abruptly threw the pill into the air, and a hole appeared in midair. On the other side of the hole was a blue stone pool. The pill fell into the pool, but it didn't cause any ripples. Then, it disappeared without a trace. Lu Ping straightened his clothes and walked calmly out of the small alley. At this time, Phantom City had already become a pot of porridge. A Dharma adept had been assassinated and was on the verge of death. This was enough to turn the entire Phantom City upside down. According to the news, the assassin's body had already been destroyed by Chu Yi Laozu. He had only escaped with his damaged Dharma power. At this time, he had to find someone to take over in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, he would definitely die within a certain period of time. Once the possession was successful, it would be extremely difficult to find this person again. Lu Ping looked at the practitioners and pedestrians around him and could not help but quicken his pace. He was not worried that at this time, someone would recognize him as the person who had almost been possessed. This was because at this time, Lu Ping was still disguised as a demon practitioner. The demon transformation bracelet on his wrist had completely transformed his aura into demon aura. If the Dharma power wanted to possess a demon practitioner, it would first have to transform the person into his original form. At this time, Lu Ping was still in his human form, so naturally, no one would suspect him. At this time, in the illusionary spirit pavilion, an old man at the Dharma plains suddenly opened his eyes. When he looked down, he saw that the oil lamp in his hand had already been extinguished. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It seems that the possession was not successful and has already fallen. Tell all the disciples to disperse." Around this Dharma adept, there were a few other adepts whose cultivation levels were similar to his. Hearing this, their faces relaxed. Then they conjured various talismans, jade slips, and swords in their hands and flew through the air. Lu Ping hurriedly made his way to the spirit-gathering island. When he passed by a remote area, he suddenly sprinkled some water on his body. Returning to his original appearance, Lu Ping took off the demon transformation bracelet on his wrist. When he appeared again, he was already the Fantasy Spirit City's alchemy grandmaster, Zhenling cultivator Lu Tianping. Lu Ping had just returned to Zhenling's encampment in Soul Gathering Island when he saw perfected Xianling walking towards him in a hurry. "Senior Shi, where are you going?" Perfected Xianling's face lit up when she saw Lu Ping. She said, "Junior Lu, do you know what happened in Fantasy Spirit City?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "How could I not know? Fantasy Spirit City is about to be turned upside down. The Northern Alliance's Dharma adept, Tri Laozu, was actually injured by an assassin. With the current situation in Fantasy Spirit City, this is really a joke." Perfected Xianling looked around. Seeing that there was no one nearby, she said, "You are really brave. Anyone can see that something is wrong. However, Grandfather just received news that Tri Laozu has died from his injuries. Grandfather has already left for the Fantasy Spirit Court. Before he left, he ordered us to find you. Right now, everyone is panicking. There is no Dharma adept in the encampment, and Grandfather is worried that something will happen." Lu Ping nodded. He knew that someone had a method similar to the soul lamp to monitor Tri Laozu's condition. Previously, Tri Laozu's will had been burned to death by Lu Ping's green phosphorus soul fire. The poison dragon Dharma power had also been turned into a mess by the dragon Dharma power. Thus, someone had immediately received news of what had happened. This also allowed Lu Ping to relax. He knew that Tri Laozu had really died. However, he could not help but be afraid. Luckily, the person who killed Tri Laozu only had his soul lamp. If there were other methods that could track Tri Laozu's Dharma power, he would have been the one dead when he thought about the intense battle between him and Tri Laozu's Dharma power in the core space. He did not have any sense of what was happening in the outside world. At that time, he was afraid that he would be the one dead. Lu Ping pulled himself together and forced a smile. "Don't worry. The 9 elites, now it should be the 8 elite sects and the Crystal Palace will not let anything happen to Fantasy Spirit City. Furthermore, they can't wait for someone to jump out so that they can see clearly who is still on the side of the Northern Alliance." Perfected Xianling was shocked. "You mean," Lu Ping laughed. "It's just a wild guess. There's no proof. However, there doesn't seem to be any need for proof, right?" In the secret room, Lu Ping had just sat down cross-legged when he immediately stood up. He continuously used several techniques to hit the surrounding walls. Only when Lu Ping confirmed that there would not be too much danger did he relax. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lu Ping's mind first sank into the House of Gold. In the bluestone pool at the top of Little Lonely Mountain, the myriad poison liquid had almost filled the entire pool. The surface of the golden liquid would occasionally show signs of water. Lu Ping's eyes shone with a green light. He could see that this was because the ball of myriad wonder dew at the bottom of the pool was rolling. At this time, this ball of myriad wonder dew was no longer the same as what Lu Ping had seen previously. Its volume had almost doubled. Lu Ping estimated that if he were to take this ball of myriad wonder dew out of the water, he would be able to divide it into at least 4 portions. However, compared to the huge ball of myriad wonder dew, most of Lu Ping's attention was on the myriad poison liquid in the pool in front of him. At that time, Lu Ping had only wanted to help the infernal poison fire to dissolve the life poison fire that Tree Laozu's Transcendence Poison Flood Dragon had spat out. Unexpectedly, this myriad poison liquid was able to activate the life poison technique of Tree Laozu's Transcendence Poison Flood Dragon. Moreover, it was able to easily dissolve and destroy these techniques. It was also because of the appearance of the myriad poison source liquid that Tree Laozu spoke of, that Tree Laozu had no choice but to use the Transcendence Poison Flood Dragon to fight against Lu Ping at the last moment. In the end, he was suppressed by the Dragon Transcendence Poison Flood Dragon. If not for this, Lu Ping would have had to go through a lot of trouble to defeat the Transcendence Poison Flood Dragon. Just the poison of the Transcendence Poison Flood Dragon was enough to restrict the Dragon Transcendence Poison Flood Dragon. But as for what the myriad poison source liquid was, Lu Ping was confused. Was this not the myriad poison liquid? Or was the myriad poison liquid itself also called the myriad poison source liquid? But if the myriad poison source liquid and the myriad poison source liquid were the same thing, why didn't Lu Ping know that the myriad poison liquid had the heaven-defying effect of dissolving the life poison cultivator's life magic? Not to mention, there were many people who had come into contact with Lu Ping's pool of myriad poison liquid, including his spirit pets and his 3 disciples. Some of them might not be as knowledgeable as him, but at least his 3 spirit pets had inherited memories of the myriad poison liquid. Not to mention, they also cultivated poison techniques. How could they not know about the myriad poison liquid? However, none of them had mentioned that the myriad poison liquid had the heaven-defying effect of nullifying a poison cultivator's natal technique. Lu Ping was puzzled, so he called Samling over and asked, "Do you know what the myriad poison source liquid is?" "The myriad poison source liquid ? Lu Linger jumped up first and said, "Father, you found the myriad poison source liquid? Where is it? Let me have a look." Seeing Lu Linger's reaction, Lu Ping knew that they must know something. But they had smelted the myriad poison meteorite energy gang before, but they didn't recognize the liquid in the bluestone pool. Obviously, the records of this liquid in their inherited memories were not clear. Lu Ping patted Lu Linger's head, telling her to calm down, and then said to Lu Bai, "You tell them." Lu Bai thought for a while and said, "The records of the green sea snake's inherited memories are not clear. It seems that no one has ever seen this liquid. But there is a legend that when the 7th patriarch opened up the world, there were no poisons in the world. Taoist Gui used something to refine the first poisonous pill in the world, but Jiao Daoren swallowed it by mistake. Jiao Daoren forced the poison out of his body and spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood, which then formed the fallen secret land, which is confined by the heavenly poisonous wall. But according to the legend, the moment Jiao Daoren swallowed the poisonous pill, he realized something was wrong. He hurriedly forced out a small part of the essence of the poisonous pill, but most of the poison had already invaded his body and was finally spat out by Jiao Daoren with poisonous blood. The small part of the essence of the poisonous pill was the myriad poison source liquid. Lu Ping's heart was in turmoil, but he still looked calm and said, "That is to say, the myriad poison source liquid is a small part of the essence of the first poisonous pill in the world, which was refined by Taoist Gui?" Lu Bai thought for a while and said, "That's about it. It's just that although this legend has been passed down, no one has actually seen the 10,000 poison source liquid. Even the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake Clan's generations of almighty experts think that this is nonsense. Lu Hai interrupted at this time, more than that. What's more, because the small part of the myriad poison source liquid is the first poisonous liquid in the world, it can restrain all poisons in the world. Even the magical seeds of some poisonous cultivators may be abolished in front of this myriad poison source liquid. Compared with it, the myriad poison source liquid is just a joke. But because this myriad poison source liquid has never appeared, almost no one in the world of cultivation believes it except for some fanatical poisonous cultivators. That's why the myriad poison source liquid is called the myriad poison source liquid. Fanatical poisonous cultivators? Lu Ping was startled. Chuyi Laozu was naturally such a person. Then, although the Lu family, which came from the number 1 alchemy family in the central region, was not a poisonous cultivator, their knowledge of poisonous techniques would not be weak. Back then, the Lu family deliberately set up a branch in the North Sea and changed its appearance to become the Liao family of today. Was it because of the myriad poison source liquid in the 7 Stars Cave Heaven? Thinking of Liao Ding, who died in the Golden Valley of the 7 Stars Cave Heaven, and Liao who he met when he entered the Golden Valley, and some time ago, when the 7 Stars Cave Heaven opened, the cultivators of the Lu family did not hesitate to expose the Liao family, who had been hiding in the North Sea for more than 1,000 years, in order to enter the 7 Stars Cave Heaven. The more Lu Ping thought about it, the more he felt that the Lu family was so eager to enter the 7 Stars Cave Heaven for the thing in the Blue Stone Pool. If it was only the myriad poison source, how could the number 1 alchemy family in the central region have been planning for more than 1,000 years? Chapter 1043. Lu Linger looked suspiciously at the green stone pool behind Lu Ping and suddenly smiled. Father, you can't be thinking that the green stone pool behind you is the 10,000 poison source liquid, right? Lu Ping blinked his eyes and asked with a smile, why not? Lu Linger smiled and said, it's very simple. Our shield of vigor comes from the liquid in this pool. If it really is the 10,000 poison source liquid with our blood condensation realm cultivation, how could we have smelted such a treasure of heaven and earth? Lu Ping was stunned. Lu Ping could not explain what Lu Linger said. However, this pool of 10,000 poison source liquid had easily dissolved Chuyi Laozu's poison technique. This was something that Lu Ping had seen with his own eyes. Lu Ping shook his head and absolutely did not think about these things anymore. After all, the 10,000 poison source liquid was only a legend. As for the characteristics of the 10,000 poison source liquid, there was no legend passed down, so Lu Ping had no way to judge. However, Lu Ping still set up layers of formations around the green stone pool on the small mountain, firmly confining this pool of 10,000 poison source liquid in the small mountain and preventing others from accidentally entering it. Of course, before Lu Ping left, he once again divided a whole portion of the 10,000 Wonder Dew from the blue liquid at the bottom of the green stone pool. This 10,000 Wonder Dew was one of the few treasures of heaven and earth that could be used for alchemy. Not to mention other things, just among the longevity pills that could extend one's life by more than 15 years, most of them needed the 10,000 Wonder Dew as the main ingredient or spirit guide. Moreover, Lu Ping could also feel that the 10,000 Wonder Dew in the green stone pool was still constantly being produced, especially after absorbing the life poison technique seed of a late Dharma adept. The liquid in the pool seemed to be saturated in some aspect, and a mysterious power was continuously gathering in the 10,000 Wonder Dew. Once again immersed his divine consciousness into the core space, the pure Yang Pearl had already returned to the Dharma power auspicious cloud. Lu Ping could feel a trace of pure Yang Qi from the pure Yang Pearl to the Dragon Dharma power. In addition to strengthening the foundation of the Dragon Dharma power, it was also subtly enhancing Lu Ping's cultivation. The jade phosphorus soul fire on top of the Linglong wine cauldron was still burning, and a Dharma power spirit was already floating above the jade phosphorus soul fire. Clearly, this Dharma power spirit had already been filtered by the Linglong wine cauldron and the jade phosphorus soul fire. Only a light red flexible sword was left in the Linglong wine cauldron. This light red flexible sword was obviously Cui Laozu's personal spiritual treasure. It had once gone through its first lightning tribulation, but now its spiritual nature was greatly damaged. If not for the fact that it had already been severely damaged, it would not have regressed all the way to the peak Yangling level because of Cui Laozu's death. Lu Ping held the flexible sword in his hand and examined it carefully. He shook his head to himself. Although he was not proficient in forging armaments, he still had a good eye for things. This flying sword had already been damaged, and unless all the restrictions were removed, it would not be able to return to the level of a spiritual treasure. What a pity! Lu Ping was already thinking about whether he should try to fuse this flying sword with the thin water-flowing sword to see if this pair of flying swords could cross that threshold in one fell swoop. The dragon Dharma power poked its head out of the Dharma power auspicious cloud, opened its mouth and inhaled. The second Dharma power's spirit floating above the Linglong wine cauldron wobbled and flew into the Dharma power auspicious cloud. Although this second Dharma power spirit was not as pure and thick as Fei Tian Laozu's pure Yang soul, it was at least a level higher than the Dharma power spirit that Jiang Tianlin, Zhang Shi, and the others had obtained in the Ying Tian dojo. For the current Lu Ping, it happened to be easier for him to absorb, and the growth of Lu Ping's cultivation was more significant. In the battle with Cui Laozu's poison dragon Dharma power, Lu Ping had suffered quite a bit. At the very least, he had not yet recovered his divine sense. In order to extinguish the poisonous fire of the poison dragon Dharma power, the dragon Dharma power had also lost a mouthful of origin water, and a third of the Dharma power auspicious cloud had been melted. These were all signs of Lu Ping's cultivation strength. There was also the poisonous smoke that had been trapped by the dark prison fire. Originally, Lu Ping had been completely absorbed by the 10,000 poison liquid in the bluestone pool, but now he had discovered that there were still some traces of it left in the core space. If he did not deal with it in time, with Cui Laozu's methods, it would inevitably leave behind a great hidden danger. At this time, Lu Xiaoping was sitting in the middle of the Dharma power auspicious cloud under the pure Yang pearl, feeling wronged. He had been sent flying by the poison dragon Dharma power. Even though his body was made of 8,000-year-old gray willow spiritual wood, there were still some faint cracks on it. Fortunately, at this time, his entire body was covered with a dense array of runic patterns. The cracks slowly began to heal under the flickering light of these runic patterns. When these cracks had completely disappeared from his body, Lu Xiaoping's expression darkened. He opened a door in his chest and took out a dull stone from within. This was the last piece of top-quality spirit stone he had on him. Lu Xiaoping could only carry 3 top-quality spirit stones on him. In the previous battles, his avatar had already used up 2 of them, and the poison dragon Dharma power had used up another one to heal its wounds. Although the consumption was huge, Lu Xiaoping's might had made Lu Ping feel that it was all worth it. At the very least, the number of blood Mara that had died at Lu Xiaoping's hands was no less than 2. Just as Lu Xiaoping was feeling depressed, a door suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Xiaoping jumped up and fiddled with the door for a while. After a while, he happily took out 3 top-quality spirit stones and placed one of them into the door in his chest. After that, the darkness on Lu Xiaoping's body was swept away. He jumped up and rode on the cloud sail rock spirit to play. After rewarding his avatar, Lu Ping's attention was shifted to the scissors that was still suppressed by the natal gentian formation. This was a second tribulation spirit treasure. The power that it had wreaked havoc in the core space had left Lu Ping speechless. When Linglong's wine cauldron and cloud sail rock saw this thing, they could only flee. If not for the natal gentian formation suppression, it was hard to say who would have won the battle with Cui Laozu. The Dharma form of the dragon was still hovering over the white jade lotus. It was precisely because of the Dharma form of the dragon that the scissors had not been able to cause any trouble under the suppression of the natal gentian formation. Lu Ping's divine sense circled around the scissors. The scissors seemed to be aware of something and suddenly shook violently. The 12 gentian beads around it suddenly shone brightly. The white jade lotus flickered with silver-white light, and dense spirit silk runes appeared on the surface of the scissors. The whole scissors was like a crocodile with its mouth tied. The spirit treasure that could not be opened was no longer dangerous to Lu Ping. Come out, maybe we should talk now. The spirit treasure should have been baptized by the thunder tribulation, so it was inevitable that it would give birth to a spirit treasure. Linglong's wine cauldron and cloud sail rock were like this, so this second tribulation spirit treasure that had survived 2 thunder tribulations must be the same. Moreover, the spirituality of the spirit treasure was probably higher than Linglong and the golden rock. At this time, the scissors had stopped shaking, but it still floated in the air without moving. No matter what Lu Ping said, the spirit treasure still did not appear. Lu Ping was not happy and said, "It seems that it is really tough." With a wave of his hand, the green phosphorus soul fire appeared in front of the scissors. The scissors suddenly shook violently. Obviously, after seeing Laozu's Dharma form and divine sense being burned to death by the fire, it already knew how much damage this kind of fire could do to the spirit treasure. Since you already know that you are afraid, but you still hide. It seems that you are really a person who will not shed a tear until you see the coffin. There were only 2 ways to tame a spirit treasure. The first was for the spirit treasure to choose its own master. The second was to forcefully cut off the previous connection between the spirit treasure and its previous master and get rid of the divine sense imprint that the previous master had left on the spirit treasure. Then, the spirit treasure would be refined and the spirit treasure would be rebranded into the spirit treasure. Spirit treasures might be more stubborn when faced with core forging adepts, and some might even kill off some core forging adepts. However, in front of Dharma adepts, the spirit treasure that had lost its master would usually be very obedient. Even if it was unwilling to recognize its master, it would still stay far away. Once it was captured by a Dharma adept, it would most likely yield. This was because the Dharma power in the core space of a Dharma adept was the condensation of the Dharma power of the Dharma adept. Even if it could not tame the spirit treasure, it was easy to kill it. In the face of such a threat, the spirit treasure of the scissors did not appear. From Lu Ping's point of view, it might not be because of the spirit treasure of the scissors, but because of Tri Laozu's imprint. Could it be that Tri Laozu still had some tricks up his sleeves? As soon as Lu Ping thought of this, the jade phosphorus soul fire flew towards the scissors without hesitation. The formless flames licked and licked the scissors' body. Amidst the cries of ghosts and wolves, a cloud of black smoke rose from the scissors' body. Something was indeed strange. Lu Ping's heart jumped. Luckily, he had been cautious and did not try to refine the scissors because it was trapped. Otherwise, he might have been at a disadvantage. The black smoke rose into the air and gradually formed an old and lifeless face. This must be the true face of Tri Laozu. But because Tri Laozu had already fallen at the hands of Lu Ping, this imprint was now lifeless. The jade phosphorus soul fire burned brightly, and the strange face formed by the black smoke twisted and contorted in the fire. From time to time, it turned into a strange snake, and then into an eagle. After a while, the black smoke finally dissipated in the fire. "Don't burn it, don't burn it." An anxious voice suddenly came from the scissors. "If you burn it any more, it will melt." Lu Ping snorted and said, "Come out." A mantis jumped out from the scissors and waved its 2 large blades. It said, "It's not that I don't want to come out. That guy almost wanted to refine me into his avatar before he died. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to break free from his imprint." Lu Ping frowned and asked, "What's your name?" The praying mantis swung its 2 blades horizontally and vertically and said, "Cut in half. My name is Have, one cut in 2. Chapter 1044. Doppelganger? Since when can spiritual treasures become doppelgangers? Lu Ping asked the praying mantis with some surprise. Could this be one of Tri Laozu's secret techniques? The praying mantis waved its scimitars forward and said, "Oh, that's right. He probably wants to refine me into his natal spiritual treasure. His own natal spiritual treasure has been reduced from a spiritual treasure to a spirit-nurturing treasure, and its spirituality has been greatly damaged. It can no longer advance, so he wants to refine me into his natal spiritual treasure. If there was any type of spiritual treasure that could resist other Dharma adepts, it would be the natal spiritual treasure left behind by other adepts. After Tri Laozu's sword was destroyed, He turned his attention to the natal spiritual treasure in 2. Although this kind of natal spiritual treasure might not be as easy to refine as a natal spiritual treasure from the beginning, Cui Laozu obviously did not want to waste so much time to refine a new natal spiritual treasure. Furthermore, the natal spiritual treasure in 2 was a second tribulation spiritual treasure, which was one level higher than Laozu's original natal spiritual treasure. Lu Ping saw that the praying mantis was so heartless, so he said, "What about now? What do you say?" The praying mantis retracted its scimitars and said, "What else can I do? Now that I'm in your hands, I'm at your mercy." Lu Ping saw that it knew what to do and smiled. The dragon raised its head, and a blue aura emanated from its mouth towards the scimitars. The praying mantis waved its scimitars back and forth on the body of the scimitars. The blue aura began to seep into the praying mantis's body bit by bit. Wow, such pure water-based inner yuan, such a strong spirituality. You practice water-based techniques? Have you heard of the water-breaking technique? Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Some people with great supernatural powers would often leave their best supernatural powers in their magic treasures and spirit treasures to be passed on to later generations. Because these magic treasures and spirit treasures were often difficult to damage, such inheritance might last longer and not be lost. At least, it was much safer than leaving it in the cave ruins. After the thin water-flowing sword in Lu Ping's hands was combined, he would be able to obtain the supreme divine sword art, the vast sea sword art, which had been passed down by the vast sea Laozu, as well as the vast sea sex cultivation method, the vast sea art. Water-breaking divine skill. This seems to be the supreme divine skill of the Kuei water lineage of the Wuxing school in the Holy Land of the Central Earth. You actually have this kind of divine skill inheritance? Lu Ping was shocked. The water-breaking technique was one of the 5 supreme divine skills of the Wuxing school. Legend had it that it was left behind by the water-breaking technique, one of the 5 founders of the Wuxing school, Laozu, who specialized in the Kuei water lineage. It was a household name in the cultivation world. The water-breaking technique, Laozu, was once fortunate enough to sit down with Jiao Daoren and Taoist Ape, the 2 founders of the Heaven Laozu, to listen to their teachings. Back then, Taoist Ape was a belligerent and fought with the other 6 founders of the Heaven Laozu, but he was only defeated by Peng Daoren and Jiao Daoren. He was on par with Taoist too. When Jiao Daoren challenged Jiao Daoren avoided him. Taoist Ape repeatedly provoked Jiao Daoren, so Jiao Daoren had no choice but to take action. With just a stretch of his hand, the largest river in the Central Earth, Qingming River, was cut off. Taoist Ape knew he was no match for Jiao Daoren and decisively retreated. It was after witnessing Jiao Daoren's unparalleled divine power that Laozu water-breaking technique was created. From then on, she called herself water-breaking Laozu. After the other 4 Laozu founded the Wuxing school, the water-breaking technique became the supreme divine skill of the Kuei water lineage of the Kuei water lineage. The praying mantis said, "It's just that the water-breaking technique is incomplete. It only records 3 kinds of basic great divine skills and dharma spells. Even so, when combined, it's no weaker than an ordinary supreme divine skill." A thought occurred to Lu Ping and he asked, "Do you know how many basic great divine skills there are in the complete water-breaking technique?" The praying mantis said, 5, that should be it. But from my memory, it seems that in the tens of thousands of years of Wuxing school's inheritance, only a few cultivators with great divine skills have mastered and combined all 5 great divine skills into the complete water-breaking technique. The rest of the people who can come into contact with this great divine skill can at most barely combine 3 or 4 basic great divine skills into a supreme divine skill. They're still far from the real supreme divine skill. Lu Ping's heart was in turmoil, but he asked, "How do you know so much? Could it be that you're a spiritual treasure that wandered out from Wuxing school?" The praying mantis swung its huge blades to the left and right, as if it was extremely disdainful. It said, "That's not it. I've been in the Northern Alliance since I became a spiritual treasure. It's been less than 5,000 years since then. During this time, I've changed masters a few times. Every time I'm refined, I'll lose a part of my memory. This is the fate of spiritual treasure spirits. Until now, The clearest memories I can remember are the things that happened in the last 300 years. Other than the inheritance I carried and the time of my birth, I've gradually forgotten the rest. After you refine me, I don't know how much of my memory will be left. Has Tree Laozu ever learned this water-breaking technique? He's a master of poison arts, and the nature of his Dharma form is also incompatible with my body. The reason why he refined me was because he, as one of the 3 great Laozu of the Northern Alliance, was interested in my second tribulation spiritual treasure. In his hands, it's already not bad if he can unleash 80% of my power. While the two were talking, Lu Ping's spiritual yuan had gradually dyed the praying mantis's entire body into a bluish-purple color. The praying mantis's head tilted back and forth, as if it was yawning. It said, "Once I'm refined again, I'll feel sleepy. I'll sleep for a while. Remember to nurture your spiritual yuan, or else I won't know how long you'll be able to use me." In the secret chamber, Lu Ping opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a pair of black scissors, about half a foot long, appeared in Lu Ping's hand. The sharp edge of the scissors shone with a cold light, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Water-breaking technique, Wuxing School's Kuei water lineage. It seems that the Northern Alliance's waters are also very deep. With a clench of his hand, the scissors suddenly disappeared. In the Dharma form's auspicious cloud, this second tribulation spiritual treasure had squeezed out the position once occupied by the Linglong wine tripod and the cloud sail. However, it was also tactful and did not challenge the position of the gentian pearl and the white jade lotus. It firmly occupied the second position outside the dragon Dharma form, and slowly absorbed the wisp of yuan qi that leaked out when the dragon Dharma form breathed in and out. Light flashed in Lu Ping's hand, and a jade box appeared in his hand. After opening it, there was a bowl of golden liquid inside. It was the golden water that Lu Ping had obtained in the Phantom City. Lu Ping's eyes had already fused 7 types of heaven and earth water, and he was only 2 away from completing the 3 pure true eyes. If he could successfully fuse the metal water, he would be left with the last type of heaven and earth water, which would also be the most difficult to find. The rare water needed to cultivate the 3 purities true pupils was very difficult to find. Moreover, as the cultivation of the 3 purities true pupils deepened, the quality of the rare water needed would become higher and higher. Moreover, it would also become rarer and rarer, making it more difficult to find. However, the 3 pure ones true pupils was an extremely useful spell. Lu Ping had benefited from the 3 pure ones true pupils several times when he was in the cultivation world. Placing the jade box containing the golden water in front of him, Lu Ping's eyes suddenly shone with azure light. The golden water suddenly rose from the jade box, turned into 2 thin threads, and gathered in his eyes. Immediately after, the azure light in Lu Ping's eyes became even brighter, and a faint golden light flickered, but after a moment, it was submerged in the azure light. 1 month later, on a desolate reef outside of Soul Gathering Island, Xian Yong, Xian Feng, Xian Ling, and Xian Heng were working together to kill Mara, who was trapped by Taoist Xian Peng's formation. Hurry up, the great devil cultivator who led the group has already sent a signal. If we wait any longer, Mara's reinforcements will arrive. Taoist Xian Peng struggled to maintain the operation of the formation, and once again blocked the escaping Mara back into the formation. He shouted anxiously. Alright, it's all because of you. Seeing that the group of Mara was about to be caught, you couldn't wait any longer. In the end, you activated the formation too early, and the leading devil cultivator almost escaped. Xian Yong shouted loudly as he stabbed the 2 Mara, who wanted to sneak attack from behind with his spear. Taoist Master Xian Peng took out a high-grade spirit stone from his storage magic artifact and inserted it into the formation disc in his hand. He immediately replied, "You're still talking about it? If you hadn't jumped out in a hurry to fight, would that Xioma have sent out a distress signal?" Xian Yong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of flames, forcing back the 2 devils that were trying to besiege Taoist Xianling, and then he said, "Bullshit. If I hadn't fucking acted in advance, that great devil cultivator would have fled." Spiritual Master Xianling had already killed the 5th Azura with the help of the formation. When she turned around and saw the two of them bickering, she had no choice but to say, "All right, stop talking. I've already killed 5 Azura. How many have you killed?" Xian Yong smiled proudly. 4, but 3 of them were core forging stage Big Mara. Taoist Master Xian Ling glared at him in annoyance. Taoist Master Xian Heng, who was not far away, waved his hands, and a wave rose out of nowhere, directly smacking a devil cultivator to death. He said, 6, 2 great devils. Taoist Xian Peng shouted outside the formation, "I don't care how many you killed, 1/5 of the spoils are mine." Xian Yong shouted from inside the formation, "Don't even think about it. It's your fault that the devil cultivators sent out the signal for help. Some of your spoils will be deducted." Taoist Xian Peng was about to protest when he heard Taoist Xian Feng's cold voice. 7 Mara for Big Mara noisy. Taoist Xian Yong was stunned and said angrily, "You cheated. Why did you kill so many?" However, after that, everyone stopped bickering and started to kill Mo Luo, who was trapped by the formation, with all their might. When the last devil cultivator was burned alive by Taoist Xian Yong, Taoist Xian Peng let out a long sigh of relief and began to withdraw the formation. At this moment, Taoist Xian Feng suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" Taoist Xian Peng was stunned. He immediately felt a chill behind him. Chapter 1045. Fortunately, Taoist Master Xian Peng had long been used to this kind of environment that was full of danger during the past few months. Hearing Taoist Master Xian Feng's reminder, the light under his feet flashed and he dragged Taoist Master Xian Feng's body to the side to hide. However, the strength of the attacker was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. A blood shura flashed out of the void, and the companion spiritual treasure that had struck the air suddenly changed direction and slashed horizontally along Sage Xian Peng's shoulder. "Ah!" Sage Xian Peng screamed in pain. His left arm had fallen off at the shoulder. Enduring the pain, Sage Xian Peng turned around and picked up his fallen left arm with his right hand. At the same time, he spat out a formation board outlined by spirit chi and covered the wound on his left shoulder with a pop. The gushing blood immediately stopped, but Sage Xian Peng's face still turned pale because of the blood loss, and beads of sweat began to drip down his cheeks. The blood shura cut off Sage Xian Peng's left arm with one strike. He laughed hideously and slashed at Sage Xian Peng with the companion spiritual treasure in his hand again. At this time, Xian Yong had already run over with a roar, but it was too late. Clang! The blood shura's companion spiritual treasure was broken into 2. Sage Xian Peng escaped death. Ignoring the pain of his broken arm, he scrambled towards Xian Yong, who was coming to his rescue. The blood shura was stunned when he saw the companion spiritual treasure in his hand suddenly break in 2, and then he screamed. The companion spiritual treasure had grown with Mara, so the blood shura would also be seriously injured when the companion spiritual treasure was destroyed. Lu Ping suddenly appeared on the sea outside the barren reef, but he did not look at the blood shura. Instead, he frowned and looked at the place where the sea and the sky met. At this time, the blood shura knew that the person in front of him was the person who cut off his companion spiritual treasure. However, the person's ability to destroy the companion spiritual treasure so easily frightened the blood shura. Seeing that the person did not notice him, the blood shura turned to escape. However, just as he was about to cast the space god art, he seemed to see the friar waving his hand at him. It seemed like 2 blades suddenly slashed out from Lu Ping's hands. The shura then crashed into the portal. However, in the sea 10 miles away, when the portal opened, a head fell off first. Then, the shura's body was thrown out of the portal. Linglong's wine cauldron jumped out from the void. The mouth of the cauldron faced downwards towards Mara's dissolving corpse. A cyan-colored essence was sucked into the cauldron before disappearing. At this moment, Xian Ling had already arrived in front of Taoist Xian Peng. She began to examine the wound on Taoist Xian Peng's arm. Xian Peng Immortal laughed bitterly and said, "There is no need to look. There is a strange power on Mara's companion spiritual treasure. It has caused the flesh and blood in the wound to die. This broken arm can't be reattached." As Xian Peng Immortal spoke, he lifted the broken arm in his right hand. Only then did Xian Ling see that the bone and flesh where the broken arm was broken had died a lot. The wound on the shoulder had been blocked by Xian Peng Immortal's real vitality, but the bone and flesh that were not injured had further necrosis. Xian Ling turned to call Lu Ping, but she saw that Lu Ping had come to their side. Lu Ping nodded at Xian Ling, motioning for her to stay away. Then, he slapped Xian Peng Immortal's back. Xian Peng Immortal felt a huge wave wash over his whole body in an instant. Then, he felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of cyan red blood. At the same time, a spirit chi array disc on the wound on his shoulder was instantly broken by the blood that shot out from the wound. Xian Peng Immortal's pale face became even more haggard. A dignified late-stage core forging cultivator was on the verge of collapse. If Xian Yong hadn't rushed over to support him, he would have fallen to the ground. Xian Heng and Xian Feng also rushed over. Xian Heng was worried about his old friend's safety. He asked anxiously, "Junior brother Ting, what is going on? How did he get poisoned?" Lu Ping gave a spirit pill to Xian Peng Immortal and forced him to swallow it. Then he said, "It's poison azura." Poison azura? The few of them were stunned. They had experienced many battles with demonic Luo over the years, but they had never seen poison azura. Lu Ping didn't explain in detail. Instead, he ordered them, "Quickly pack up. We have to leave this place as soon as possible." Seeing how serious Lu Ping was, they didn't ask for the reason. Instead, they quickly tidied up the Mo Luo team's spoils of war. They mainly cast out a few special mystic instruments to collect as much of the Mo Luo's essence as possible. After returning to Soul Gathering Island, Lu Ping would purify the essence and use it to concoct essence condensing pellets, spirit forging pellets, and other consumables. Just after everyone finished collecting, they saw that Lu Ping had already put Xian Peng Immortal on Lu Qiner's back. Lu Ping said anxiously, "Go." Everyone didn't know what was going on. They all followed behind Lu Qiner. At this moment, Xian Ling sensed something and turned around. She suddenly exclaimed. When they heard the sound and turned around, they saw that Mara had appeared at the point where the sky and the sea met. They were heading in the direction of Spirit Gathering Island. When they returned to Spirit Gathering Island, the Laozu of the various sects on the island had already heard the news. The sky was filled with all kinds of talismans, swords, and talismans. The disciples of various sects were in and out of the island. It was a mess. No one had expected that Mara's army would abandon Phantom City and head for Spirit Gathering Island. More than 10 Dharma adepts rose into the air and gathered together. Although everyone's expressions did not look good, none of them panicked. The protective matrices of the 5 islands were connected, and the Phantom City was the core of the entire matrix. If the Mara army could not even break through the Phantom City, it would be even more impossible for them to break through the protective matrices here. Of course, the cultivators on the island naturally wouldn't allow Mara's army to attack. Otherwise, no matter how strong the protective array was, it would be broken one day. Mara's army got closer and closer. The bodies of the Laozus of the various sects all emitted a strong aura. Beams of light flashed on everyone's bodies. It was obvious that the treasures on the Laozus' bodies were ready to be used. Below these Laozus, groups of core forging adepts also flew up from the island. Their bodies were also flashing with light and their treasures were circling around them. The Mara's army got closer and closer, but they didn't stop at all. They charged straight towards the protective array of Spirit Gathering Island. Everyone was stunned. Did Mara's army think that they could break through the protective array of Spirit Gathering Island just by charging at it with their bodies? They were getting closer and closer. Many of the cultivators' treasures had already flown out from the protective array and were heading towards Mara's army to kill. Roars rang out one after another as assorted magic treasures and magic artifacts flew out from the densely packed Demon Luo army to block the attacks from the cultivators on Spirit Convergence Island. Dazzling lights of various colors burst out in the sky like fireworks, and even the world seemed to change color because of it. Seeing that Mara's army was about to crash into them, the Laozus, including Lu Ping's, all had serious expressions on their faces. They took out their treasures and spirit treasures, preparing to meet the attack of Mara's army. However, at this moment, A low roar sounded from within the ranks of Mara's army. At the same time, it reached the ears of the various sects cultivators on Spirit Gathering Island. The protective shield of the island began to rumble. It was like the surface of water being blown by a strong wind, rippling and rippling. The heavenly demon was even more powerful than the jade demon. It was a heavenly demon equivalent to a late Dharma adept. There was actually a heavenly demon here. Previously, the two sides in Phantom City had been in a stalemate for several months, and there had been many battles. Azura's silhouette had been seen many times. The great sects and demon tribes had all fought with Azura, but the heavenly demon had never appeared. The various sects Laozus had a bad feeling. Although the protective shield of the island was blocking the sound waves, when the sound waves reached them, Lu Ping flung out the cloud sail. It transformed into a huge cloud sail in the sky, covering the top of Jinling's camp. The various sects Laozus also tried their best to prevent the sound waves from harming the cultivators of their sections. However, they obviously did not have a spirit treasure like the cloud sail that was specially designed to defend against sound waves or spiritual attacks. It could not protect their disciples on a large scale. Many blood condensation disciples with lower levels of cultivation died on the spot with black blood flowing out of their mouths and ears. Most of the blood condensation disciples fainted. Even some of the core forging disciples felt dizzy. Their bodies swayed in midair, and those who were not strong enough fell from the sky towards the island like dumplings. Their faces were bruised and swollen. Tian Kang's Laozu shouted, "Disciples of all sects, gather towards Jinling." The various sects Laozus also came to their senses. Before they could express their gratitude to Jinling, they all ordered their disciples to gather under the cloud sail. Jinling's camp also began to shrink, trying its best to cover as much of the area under the cloud sail as possible. However, the heavenly demon's roar did not last for long. Only a few cultivators from the sects closest to Jinling's sect managed to hide under the cover of the cloud sails. Most of the cultivators were moving toward Jinling's sect's camp when the heavenly demon's roar came to an abrupt stop. It changed direction, The Mara's army changed direction. They are not coming for Soul Gathering Island. After the heavenly devil's roar stopped, the huge Mara's army began to change direction in midair like a slow-moving giant. Then, it slowly circled around Soul Gathering Island and headed towards the north of the island. They are indeed coming for Soul Gathering Island. At this time, even the 10 or so Dharma adepts in the sky, including Lu Ping, knew that even if the Mara's army was coming for Soul Gathering Island, they would not be able to break through the protective array of the island in a short period of time. However, they could not help but feel relieved. Even the heavenly devil had appeared. How many Azuras would there be in the Mara's army? Other than that, how many more Jade Shura, Jade Demons, and Blood Mara were hidden among them? More than 10? Dozens? More than 100? Just thinking about this made the Dharma adepts of Laozu's scalp go numb. Now, if they weren't here for the Spirit Gathering Island, then where were they going? To the north of Soul Gathering Island, there was another large spirit stone mine occupied by human cultivators, Yuanling Island. Chapter 1046. Yuanling Island. Could it be that Mara's army was heading towards Yuanling Island? Everyone's emotions, which had just calmed down, tensed up again. However, even if they were heading towards Yuanling Island, they would not be as nervous as before. After all, it was not Spirit Gathering Island that was being attacked, even though they knew that Yuanling Island and Spirit Gathering Island were interdependent. The cloud sail turned back into a small banner and was kept by Lu Ping. The practitioners from the various sects who had been allowed to enter the area covered by the cloud sail all expressed their gratitude to Jinling. Even a few Dharma adepts also expressed their gratitude to Tiankong Laozu. The few of them exchanged pleasantries at the side before moving on to discuss other matters. Although Lu Ping was also a Dharma adept, he did not have the mood to fight with these elders. He left Tiankong Laozu behind and headed towards the island. At this moment, hundreds of streaks of light flew over from the direction of Phantom City. It was obvious that when Mara's army had appeared, The reinforcements that had been sent out from Spirit Gathering Island had summoned the practitioners from both the human and demon clans from Phantom City. 3 figures had appeared on Spirit Gathering Island earlier. The few Laozu, who had been exchanging pleasantries, hurried forward to greet them. Lu Ping's divine will could clearly sense that these 3 people had an aura that was as deep as the sea. It was obvious that they were 3 Dharma adepts. When the 3 Laozu saw that Spirit Gathering Island did not seem to have been affected by Mara's attack, their faces darkened. The white-browed, black-haired elder among them said unhappily, "What's going on? Didn't they say that Mara's army is heading towards Spirit Gathering Island?" Ever since the Yulin sect had been tricked by the various human and demon factions in Phantom City and suffered a loss, losing 2 early Dharma adepts, Kuan Yu Laozu, who had been lucky enough to escape, had often used recuperation as an excuse and rarely participated in anything that happened in Phantom City. Seeing that this great cultivator wanted to ask, Kuan Yu Laozu hid to the side, not saying a word. The second-ranked East Sea Hidden Fog sect's middle Dharma manifestation cultivator, Boulder Laozu, cupped his hands together and smiled. "I'm sorry to conceal this from fellow Taoist Yuan Fu, but just now there was indeed a large number of Mara coming from the direction of Fantasy Spirit City. But, just as the Mara army was about to attack, they suddenly turned around Spirit Gathering Island and headed in the direction of Origin Spirit Island." "What? Yuanling Island?" The white-browed and black-haired Yuan Fu Laozu frowned. "That's right. Originally, we also thought that there would be a fierce battle, but to our surprise, there was a heavenly devil hidden in the Devil Luo army. He commanded the Devil Luo army to bypass the Soul Gathering Island and head north." Boulder Laozu added. "A demon?" When these words came out of Boulder Laozu's mouth, it immediately tickled the sensitive nerves of the 3 great cultivators. "Are you sure that was a demon? Mara's army has besieged Phantom City for several months, but no demon has ever appeared." Yuan Fu Laozu looked at the Dharma adept on the right, who had asked the question first. But this great cultivator's body was surging with demonic aura, and he completely ignored Yuan Fu Laozu's stare. Boulder Laozu said in a low voice, "It was definitely a demon." At that time, the old man was not the only one present. "You can ask the others." The demon clan great cultivator nodded and said no more. At this time, a great cultivator on the left of Yuan Fu Laozu said, "In that case, let's not delay any further. Let's go straight to Yuanling Island. Let's hope that Mara's army is also not heading for Yuanling Island." The 3 great cultivators disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the hundreds of flowing lights that were only tens of miles away from Spirit Gathering Island seemed to have received some kind of message. They turned around in the sky and flew towards the north. Before these hundreds of flowing lights disappeared in the sky, there was already a rumbling sound coming from the north. Strong waves of spiritual chi were transmitted all the way to Spirit Gathering Island, and the entire sea was shaking violently. It seemed that the battle on Yuanling Island had stirred up a strong tsunami that affected the island. Lu Ping looked at Tiankong Laozu and said, "Grand Uncle, your disciple is going to Yuanling Island to take a look." Tiankong Laozu was stunned. He naturally knew what Lu Ping was going to do there, so he said, "There are too many people there." Lu Ping nodded and said, "Your disciple understands. I will be careful." Lu Ping was going to Yuanling Island this time for Jiangxi. At this time, Yuanling Island would definitely be in a chaotic battle. If a mid-Dharma adept was accidentally dragged into Mara's army at this time and went missing, it would not cause too much of a stir. Of course, even though the various sects had sunk into a chaotic battle, it was just as old ancestor Tiankong had said, the more people there were, the more eyes there would be. Maybe in some inconspicuous corner, there was a pair of eyes that just happened to be staring at you. Therefore, Lu Ping didn't have the confidence to kill Jiangxi. Lu Ping had already used the deception technique to change his appearance along the way. He put on the demon transformation bracelet on his wrist again and cultivated his Dharma power. Lu Jiao reappeared in the 5 Phantom Islands. At this time, Phantom City was already a chaotic place. Other than the Crystal Palace, the 9 main sects, the 25 mid-sized sects, and the 3 main demon tribes, there were also 12 demon tribes affiliated to the demon tribe, as well as various human, demon, and individual practitioners scattered throughout the fallen secret territory. Among them, there were many Dharma adepts mixed in. The addition of Lu Jiao, an early Dharma adept, did not attract too much attention. Yuanling Island was in a state of chaos when Mara's army first attacked. Other than a dozen Dharma adepts and a small number of core forging adepts who could still calm down and rely on the island's protective formation to fight back, most of the sect's practitioners were in a state of chaos. Some of the sect's practitioners even showed signs of running away in an instant. It was not that these cultivators had no guts. It was just that the overwhelming Devil Luo army gave them too much visual impact and psychological pressure. Moreover, among these cultivators who were mixed together from the beginning, there were quite a few people who were eager to see the world in chaos. They were relying on each other's shouts and cooperation to instigate the situation on Yuanling Island to be more chaotic. However, they would never attract the attention of the people who had ill intentions. Seeing that the situation on Yuanling Island was about to spiral out of control, 3 Dharma adepts and hundreds of reinforcements from Fantasy Spirit City arrived. Seeing that Yuanling Island was in a state of chaos, the 3 great adepts flew into a rage. Regardless of which sect they belonged to, they directly killed 20 to 30 core forging adepts who were leading the escape. Only then did they stop the situation from deteriorating further. Even so, at this time, Yuanling Island was still in a state of chaos. It was at this time that Lu Ping arrived on Yuanling Island. At this time, after a large number of reinforcements from Phantom City arrived, the various sects Laozu could finally divert their attention to summon the disciples from their sections. They tried to organize these disciples to fight against Mara's army's attack on the island's protective formation and restore order on the island. However, after the initial chaos, to gather these disciples one by one was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Lu Ping wandered in the sky above Yuanling Island, the thin water-flowing sword flying out of the island's protective formation. As he blocked the attack of Mara's army, he split his attention to look at the surrounding practitioners. After a while, he finally saw Dongyun Laozu, who was loudly calling for his sect's disciples to gather. Compared to the chaos of the other sects, the Songhai sect's disciples seemed to be even more scattered. Although Dongyun Laozu tried his best to summon them, only a few of his sect's disciples gathered here. At this time, the order on Yuanling Island had gradually been restored, but the Songhai sect did not seem to be improving at all. It was inevitable that they would be looked down upon by the practitioners from the other sections. However, after Lu Ping wandered around Yuanling Island, he still did not find any trace of Zhang Shi. Lu Ping was confident that with his current ability to transform and the help of the demon transformation bracelet, even great adepts would not be able to detect his identity. Then, Zhang Shi naturally did not hide because of his arrival. Then where did Zhang Shi go? At this time, Yuanling Island was in chaos. The news should have already spread throughout the 5 islands. Dongyun Laozu had no way of effectively organizing his sect's disciples. Even if Zhang Shi was not on Yuanling Island at this time, he should have rushed back. There was absolutely no reason for him not to appear now. Reinforcements from both the human and demon clans continued to rush towards Yuanling Island. In an instant, the number of Dharma adepts had reached close to 100, and the number of other adepts was even more uncountable. Although the scene was no longer chaotic, it became more and more complicated. Unless it was someone like Lu Ping who had specially rushed over to find one person, no one would notice the strange disappearance of a Dharma adept. Lu Ping's intuition told him that there must be some hidden secret. Otherwise, under such a serious situation, there was no reason for Zhang Shi not to appear. This chaotic battle on Yuanling Island lasted until nightfall. The slow retreat of Mara's army finally came to a temporary halt. The originally scattered adepts of the various sects all gathered around their own Dharma adepts, Laozu. At this time, there were close to 1,000 more adepts on Yuanling Island, and the camps previously occupied by the various sects had long been disrupted. There were also many solitary adepts like Lu Ping. Thus, Lu Ping did not need to worry that anyone would notice him. After searching for the Blue Sea sect's gathering spot, Lu Ping suddenly discovered that Zhang Shi was actually among them. When did he return? Lu Ping was confident that he had not found any trace of Zhang Shi during the battle on Yuanling Island. Now that he had appeared so strangely, where had he gone? Lu Ping pretended that nothing had happened as he passed by the Blue Sea Sect's gathering spot. However, he frowned slightly. When Yuanling Island had descended into chaos, Dongyun Laozu had not even been able to gather all his disciples. Now, however, all 50 to 60 Blue Sea Sect disciples had been gathered together. Thinking back to the information Lu Ping had received before, the Blue Sea Sect had only sent 40 to 50 cultivators to Phantom Island. In other words, the Blue Sea Sect, who had not even gathered all their disciples in the previous chaotic battle, had not lost a single one. Moreover, when Lu Ping looked from afar, he saw that the group of cultivators all had calm expressions. They were far from the excitement and agitation of the other sects after a great battle, and formed a sharp contrast with the clamorous disciples of the various sections. If the Blue Sea Sect's cultivators were all so calm, then why had they been like headless flies earlier? They could not even find Laozu's position? Unless they had done it on purpose. A bold thought flashed through Lu Ping's mind, one that shocked even himself. Chapter 1047. The Songhai sect had done everything very cleverly. Unless it was someone like Lu Ping who had specifically come to find trouble with Zhang Shi, no one would have noticed that the Songhai sect had revealed such strangeness on the chaotic Yuanling Island. The next day at dawn, there was a deep roar from the sea outside Yuanling Island. Mara's army once again approached Yuanling Island, and another battle was about to break out. Although the various sects listened to the orders of the three Dharma adepts, they were still clinging tightly to the small groups of their own sects and never separated. The three Dharma adepts were also helpless and could only assign tasks to each sect. However, it was impossible to take a portion of the cultivators from one of the sects as reinforcements, backups, or reinforcements. These sects were acting as a whole. Lu Ping's current identity was that of a Dharma adept who was not affiliated, so he had more freedom on Yuanling Island. The core forging adepts who were not affiliated were not so lucky. They had long been taken in by the three Dharma adepts and assigned to various tasks. However, just as Lu Ping watched the entire Songhai sect begin to move, he suddenly realized that other than Dongyun Laozu, Zhang Shi had disappeared again. How was this possible? Lu Ping frowned. He had been secretly monitoring the Songhai sect's base all night, but he had not discovered anyone secretly leaving. Lu Ping was very confident in his divine will and did not think that Zhang Shi could avoid his senses and leave. So how did Zhang Shi disappear in front of him? Lu Ping took advantage of the time when the Songhai sect's large group of adepts left to sneak into the base, which was guarded by a few disciples of the Songhai sect. Although there were core forging adepts among these disciples, and there were many warning and defense mechanisms in the base, they were not enough for Lu Ping. The base was on a gentle slope. To the west was a puddle, or rather a small lake, to the east was a rocky field, to the north was a forest, and to the south was the sea. In the center of the base was a mine that the Songhai sect was responsible for guarding. This mine was one of the entrances to the Spirit Stone Mine on Yuanling Island. Currently, the Songhai sect was responsible for guarding it. This was also why the sect had set up their base here. The Spirit Stone Mine on Yuanling Island was different from the one on Frost Island. The Spirit Stone Mine on Frost Island used the mine in the center as the entrance, and after going deep underground, it split into 8 branches that went deep underground. On the other hand, the Spirit Stone Mine on Yuanling Island was the opposite. It was a main vein that stretched out from underground, and then split into 10 branches that led to the surface. Each branch had a mine on the surface of Yuanling Island. The entrance to the mine had been completely sealed at this time. The formation used to seal the entrance was provided by the 15 sects on Yuanling Island. Not only did the formation seal the entrance, it also covered the ground near the entrance. There were 8 entrances to Yuanling Island, and the 8 formations were connected to each other, covering the entire surface of Yuanling Island under the formation. Even if someone wanted to open a new mine on Yuanling Island, they would not be able to. Every time a mine was opened, cultivators from each of the 15 sects would have to use their unique secret techniques in order to open it. Otherwise, even a great cultivator would not be able to open a mine or create a new mine without alerting the cultivators from the other sections. Lu Ping first eliminated the possibility of a mine, but no matter if it was the bottom of the lake, the forest, the sea, or even the stone forest, he never found anything out of place. Lu Ping thought for a moment, and then his eyes immediately shone with blue light. Carrying a thread of golden light that had yet to be completely refined, Lu Ping's eyes suddenly shot out blue light that was almost a foot long. They looked like two solid blue longswords. HM? The blue light in Lu Ping's eyes immediately withdrew, and he walked towards a stone pillar on the left of the mine entrance. After examining the stone pillar for a long time, Lu Ping's eyes occasionally flashed with blue light. Finally, Lu Ping's expression turned joyful and he said, "It's here." He reached out and touched the stone pillar carefully, then he dug with his hand. A small stone that looked the same material as the stone pillar appeared in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping immediately condensed a ball of bluish-purple light in his hand. As the stone was immersed in the true essence, its color faded, revealing a crystal-clear gemstone underneath. Hollow essence, it really is this kind of thing. Songhai sect actually has such luck to be able to get such a treasure of heaven and earth. This means that Zhang Shi is very likely to be in the mine at this time, so this Zhang Shi must be going for the spirit stone in the mine. Stealing the spirit stone of the mining vein, if I expose this, even if this Songhai sect is not exterminated, I'm afraid they will be expelled from Yuanling Island, and they will never be qualified to return to Phantom Island. Lu Ping held this piece of hollow essence in his hand and admired it for a moment. He suddenly thought of something and thought, no. Even if there is hollow essence in hand, with the level of Songhai sect, how did they know to bypass the cave sealing array and set up a teleportation array to the mine? This is a secret technique inheritance that only the formation masters of the Kongming sect knew. Lu Ping activated the 3 pure true pupils again and looked at the Space Ming essence in his hand. The green light that shot out from his eyes engulfed the Space Ming essence completely. This time, Lu Ping finally saw faint runes on the surface of the Space Ming essence, forming a miniature array formation. If it wasn't a teleportation array formation, what else could it be? Kongming sect. This Songhai sect actually obtained the legacy of Kongming sect. This Kongming sect was also a famous medium-sized sect in the South Sea. It was one of the 25 medium-sized sects in the South Sea. Their share of spirit stones was obtained from Yuanling Island. This Kongming sect was famous for its formations. The entire sect was made up of formation masters who specialized in formations. For many years, cultivators of the Kongming sect participated in the mountain guarding array of the sects in the South Sea. Even the island guarding array of the Phantom Spirit 5 Islands had formation masters from the Kongming sect. If it wasn't for the fact that formation masters were too rare and the requirements for cultivators were as strict as pill concoction and weapon forging, with the influence of Kongming sect in the South Sea, they could have been promoted to the level of a large sect. As the saying goes, greed is insatiable. In the past, the cultivator of Kongming sect who was ordered to guard Yuanling Island was also a Dharma idol. Moreover, he was also a formation master. Faced with the temptation of the spirit stone vein on Yuanling Island, or because he wanted to challenge the formation seals of the caves of the 15 sects, this Laozu devoted himself to research. He actually used the secret carving technique of Kongming sect to arrange a miniature teleportation array on the hollow essence. Then he arranged a secret teleportation array in the mine of the spirit stone vein by taking advantage of the opportunity of entering the mine to mine spirit stones normally. There were 8 main mines on Yuanling Island, and this Laozu arranged a secret teleportation array in 7 of them. This way, every time the spirit stone vein on Yuanling Island entered a period of rest, this Laozu would use the teleportation array to secretly enter the mine and mine spirit stones without restraint. Originally, this Laozu wanted to arrange a teleportation array in all 8 mines. However, it was a pity that this Laozu did not do things discreetly and was too greedy. The traces of him mining spirit stones without restraint were too obvious. Very quickly, This alerted the other sects on Yuanling Island, and then alerted the Crystal Palace and the various sects at that time. With the cooperation of the various sects, they very quickly caught the Kongming sect formation master who was about to arrange a teleportation array in the 8th mine. After that, according to this Laozu's confession, the various sects consecutively removed the secret teleportation arrays that they had set in the other mines. The hollow essence that had been used as a transfer channel was also destroyed. Originally, this matter could have come to an end. At most, they would have just killed this Dharma adept and expelled the Kongming sect from the 5 islands of illusionary spirits. However, the various sects did not stop there. Instead, they continued to gather people and went all the way to the Kongming Sea in the South Sea. They completely destroyed the Kongming sect that was located there. This matter caused a huge uproar in the overseas training world. The Kongming sect was indeed a large formation sect. Although its strength was only considered a medium-sized sect, with its endless number of strange formations, the cultivators of the various sects still paid a heavy price in the war. After the war, the sects that had invited the Kongming sect to help arrange the protective formation all claimed that the Kongming sect had bad intentions. They had left huge loopholes in the formations that they had arranged for them. Even the protective formation of the 5 islands of illusionary spirits had a huge flaw. Once the various sects were faced with danger, they would definitely be controlled by the Kongming sect. Although this reason was convincing enough, at that time, there were still many different speculations in the world of training. There were rumors that the Kongming sect had used the loopholes in the formations to sneak into the sects several times and steal many treasures. However, the sects did not know about this until the incident at the Yuanling Island mine. The Kongming sect's formation master who had been captured had confessed everything in order to save his life. Only then did the various sects realize that the Kongming sect was behind all this. There were also speculations that the various sects were actually coveting the Kongming sect's divine will sculpting technique. This was the unique secret technique of the Kongming sect's formation masters in the world of training. It was also the foundation of many of the Kongming sect's formations. Unfortunately, after the Kongming sect had been destroyed, this secret technique had never appeared again. In short, the reason for the Kongming sect's destruction became a big mystery in the world of training. There were many speculations about the reason for the Kongming sect's destruction. The various sects that participated in the destruction all kept their mouths shut after the incident. They only claimed that they had been threatened by the Kongming sect and had attacked the Kongming sect in order to eliminate the hidden danger. Lu Ping did not expect that Songhai sect to be able to obtain a Kongming essence carved with the so-called teleportation formation. Hadn't the 8 miniature teleportation formations made by the Kongming sect's formation masters stationed on Yuanling Island been destroyed by the various sects? Where did the Songhai sect get this one? Although the sects usually took turns to guard these mines, they would also check on each other. The Songhai sect had no chance to enter the mines to steal spirit stones. This was also a rule set after the Kongming sect's incident. The only time that Songhai sect had a chance to do this was when the other sects were busy resisting the attack of Mara's army on Yuanling Island. This was too much of a coincidence. But this was the strange thing. The secret teleportation formation was definitely not set up overnight. Even if the Songhai sect had planned this, how did they know that Mara's army would suddenly besiege Yuanling Island at this time? This was too much of a coincidence. For a moment, Lu Ping felt that the whole thing was complicated and strange. Lu Ping felt as if he had unknowingly stepped into a trap set up by others. Chapter 1048. The Space Stone was an essential item used by practitioners to create storage instruments. In the world of practice, it was already considered a rare treasure. The Space Stone essence was the essence of the Space Stone that had been condensed. Only those who were at the level of a master craftsman would be able to complete the process of condensing it, and the Space Stone essence was a necessary item to create a secret treasure. Although this small piece of Space Stone essence was not enough to create a secret treasure, it was still very valuable. At this time, Lu Ping could already confirm that this Zhang Shi had sneaked into the mine to steal spirit stones. Lu Ping thought about it and decided to take this piece of space stone essence with him, trapping Zhang Shi in the mine and waiting for the Zonghai sect to be exposed. Then, Junling could strike when he was down. In a secret room in Phantom City, the two Dharma adepts who had been pursued by Lu Ping were inside. Young Master, we have found out that the Zonghai sect is currently stationed at the number 8 mine on Yuanling Island. The mid-Dharma adept reported respectfully to the adept in front of him. Good. The young master clapped his hands and smiled. This Zhang Shi really has some tricks up his sleeve. It seems that he has seized the opportunity. Perhaps he has already sneaked into the mine on Yuanling Island and begun to excavate spirit stones. Young Lord is wise. This subordinate has also participated in the battle against Devil Luo's army on Yuanling Island in the past few days. Indeed, I did not see that Zhang Shi appear. However, every time Devil Luo's offensive stopped and the cultivators of the various sects returned to their encampments, Zhang Shi would appear again. Speaking of which, this Zonghai sect is really lucky. They were even able to obtain the space stone essence left behind by Kongwu Laozu. Sir, according to your estimation, how long will it take for the protective matrix of the entire Phantom 5 Islands to be affected? The young master sighed and turned to ask the adept. The cultivator pondered for a moment before saying, if the protective formation of the 5 islands is really as the young master said, and has a lot to do with the spirit stone veins of the 5 islands, then according to this old servant's estimation, the protective formation of the 5 islands will be affected by the loss of balance between the 5 spirit stone veins in 5 to 3 days at most. The friar paused and added, of course, it also depends on how crazy Zhang Shi is in mining the spirit stones in the veins. If Zhang Shi is more crazy about mining, the imbalance between the 5 spirit stone veins will become more serious, and the protection formation will be weakened even more, but... The young master was stunned and said, but what is it? Mister, please tell me. The mister nodded and continued, but once the 5 spirit stone veins are out of balance, I'm afraid that the Crystal Palace and the 9 sects will immediately notice it. Once they notice it early, maybe they will quickly take remedial measures. At that time, we will have less manpower after all. The young master had already understood a little of the mister's meaning. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled and said, well, I just want to kill as much as possible. As long as Mara's army can take the opportunity to break through the protective formation and slaughter in the 5 Phantom Islands, even if the 5 Phantom Islands are eventually guarded by the human and demon clans, the purpose of this trip to the East Sea will be achieved. The mister was about to leave after reporting the matter, but he suddenly wanted to say something, but he was a little hesitant for a moment. A glimmer of light flashed in the young master's eyes, and he said, Mister, do you have anything else to say? There is no need to be so polite between us. The mister was still respectful and said, the Kongming sect was famous for its array skills. Although it was only a medium-sized sect, its achievements in array skills had indeed reached the peak. There were 6 Dharma adepts in the sect, and 4 of them were array grandmasters. In the entire sect, there were as many as 8 array grandmasters. The young master frowned and said, Mister, what do you mean? It is rumored that the Kongming sect set up a shocking array in the Kongming Sea to protect the sect. The key to unlocking this array chain is the 32 Kongming essences, which are controlled by 4 Dharma adepts. Kongwu Laozu, who was stationed on Yuanling Island and stole the Spirit Stone Mine, was one of them. The Kongming essence that the Kongming Sea sect obtained may have been left behind by Kongwu Laozu. Young master, don't you want to? The young master suddenly understood and smiled. I know that you are obsessed with array skills and are one of the rare array grandmasters in the world. However, you may not know this. Although the Kongming sect was famous for its array skills, and the sects of the East Sea attacked the Kongming Sea in the past, even though they did not find all 32 Kongming essences in the end, under the powerful attacks of Laozu, no matter how exquisite the array was, it would still crumble. Today, although the Kongming Sea is still shrouded in broken array restrictions and has become a dangerous place in the South Sea, the heritage of the Kongming sect has long been plundered by the sects of the East Sea. The young master was still a little unwilling. Perhaps there are still some array secrets that have not been discovered. The young master smiled and said, "Perhaps. Since Mr. insists on making a trip to the South Sea, then I'll take the space essence from Jiangxi once the matter here is settled. However, Mr. shouldn't hold too much hope." The young master was overjoyed and said, "In that case, thank you very much, young master." At the same time, in the Phantom Palace of the Phantom City, perfected Xian Su hurriedly walked in and bowed to the three Laozu who were sitting quietly in the palace. "I am the second-generation disciple of Zhenling, Xian Su. Under the orders of Uncle Master Tian Kong, I have something to report to the three Laozu." "Zhenling?" One of the Laozu opened his eyes and smiled. "What does fellow Taoist Tian Kong want you to report?" Perfected Xian Su hurriedly said, "Senior Yuan Chong, a few disciples of our sect were hunting outside the island before Mara's army passed through, but they were ambushed by the wind Azura. After the left arm of a third-generation disciple was chopped off, his flesh and bones began to rot. According to martial nephew Lu Tianping, this should be a poison Azura." Poison Azura. Patriarch Yuan Chong from Water Crystal Palace was not the only one. Even the other two great cultivators abruptly snapped open their eyes to stare at Sage Enigma. Like sharp blades, Sage Enigma instantly felt as though an unparalleled power was about to descend upon him. Even his juniors began breaking out in cold sweat. "Is it really a poison Azura?" the grand cultivator on the left asked again. Perfected Xian Su could only lower his head and say, "Senior, I have brought the broken arm of the injured martial nephew Xian Peng. The three Laozu may take a look." With that, Perfected Xian Su took out Perfected Xian Peng's broken arm from his storage artifact. It was no longer rotten after being treated by Lu Tianping. The Laozu on the right waved his hand, and the broken arm appeared in front of him. After examining it carefully for a moment, he slashed in the air and the broken arm appeared in front of Yuanchong Laozu. Then he heard Laozu sigh. "It really is a poison Azure. They can actually rush out of the infinite poison sky wall." Yuanchong Laozu's expression was extremely ugly after seeing it. He said, "First, the heavenly demons appeared, and now there are poison Azura. How many more secrets are there in Mara's army?" The grand cultivator on the left also had an ugly expression. He said, "Let's inform the various sects first. The poison Azura has severely damaged various formations, but Mara's army has not used them to attack the island's protective formation. This means that either Mara's army has other plans, or there are too few poison Azura to be able to do anything big." Yuanchong Laozu said to Perfected Xian Su, "We already know about this. I will inform the other sects about your warning as soon as possible. We will also remember your contribution." Perfected Xian Su quickly said, "Yes, I will take my leave." Seeing Perfected Xian Su leave the Phantom Palace in a hurry, the three Laozu were silent. Only faint spatial fluctuations appeared around the three of them. After a while, the Laozu on the right sighed softly. "These are troubled times. It seems that Tree died a little too early. This person's poison technique against the poison Azura might save us a lot of trouble by fighting poison with poison." Yuanchong Laozu and the other Laozu kept quiet. This Laozu also knew that what he said was useless, so he laughed at himself. After a while, it was Laozu on the left who said, "Back then, I wanted to open the sky wall of myriad poisons. For this, I did not hesitate to destroy the Hollow Nether sect and obtain 24 Hollow Nether essences. In the end, although the sky wall of myriad poisons would weaken every once in a while, I did not expect it to become a secret place for the poison Azura to nourish." Laozu on the right retorted, "You can't say that. At least ever since the sky wall of myriad poisons was opened, every time the sky wall of myriad poisons weakens, cultivators from various sects would enter en masse and reap great rewards every time." Yuanchong Laozu suddenly said, "Let's wait and see." Now that the three realms have fallen into Mara's calamity, the fallen secret land is like an isolated island. Without outside help, we can only rely on us to resist. We cannot cause more trouble before the enemy. After Tree's death, the Northern Alliance still has some strength in Phantom City, but we need to appease them. Lu Ping weighed the pros and cons, but in the end he did not take the Hollow Nether essence away. After restoring the hollow nether essence to its original color, Lu Ping returned it to its original position on the stone pillar. He himself went to the forest in the north of Songhai Sect's encampment and disappeared. In the evening, Mara's army retreated again. Dense streams of light began to descend from the sky above Yuanling Island. The exhausted cultivators from various sects did not even have the energy to make a ruckus. After returning to their encampment, they began to recover their vital energy. After Dongyun Laozu returned to the encampment with the Songhai Sect's cultivators, Lu Ping could see that his expression was very ugly. The Songhai Sect had originally sent 40 to 50 cultivators to the Phantom 5 Islands this time, but after 2 days of battle, they had lost 4 or 5 people, and more than a dozen people were injured. After Dongyun Laozu arranged for his disciples, he walked towards the rocky area in the east as if nothing had happened, as if he was taking a casual stroll. After a while, when Dongyun Laozu returned from the rocky area, there was Zhang Shi behind him. From a distance, it seemed that the two had been discussing some secret matter in the rocky area. However, what the two did not know was that in the forest only 1,000 feet away from them, there was already a pair of eyes watching them. Chapter 1049. Sure enough, the teleportation array that the Hollow Underworld sect had created was able to bypass the sealing array. The Hollow Underworld essence was just a transit point. Zhang Shi still had to use the normal teleportation array to communicate with the Hollow Underworld essence to enter the mine. Just the Hollow Underworld essence alone was not enough for Zhang Shi to enter. This also meant that before Zhang Shi could communicate with the teleporter, he had to enter the mine to confirm the location of the teleporter. Or perhaps the Songhai sect had simply used the secret teleporter left behind by Kongming Laozu. After Dongyun Laozu and Zhang Shi left, Lu Ping did not come out of the forest. After a while, a slight wave of spiritual qi traveled along the seal on the ground. Only then did Lu Ping walk out from the forest and look in the direction of the spiritual energy fluctuation. There's actually someone spying on Songhai sect in the dark. Not only that, but the person is also very skilled in concealment. He can actually use the array formation that seals Yuanling Island to hide his tracks. This person must be an extremely skilled array formation grandmaster. Ordinary array formation masters wouldn't have such attainments in array formations. Lu Ping had not taken the Kongming essence before, not only because he wanted to confirm where Zhang Shi had set up the teleporter, but also because he was greedy. After all, if he just took the Kongming essence, although he could wait for the Songhai sect to face the wrath of all the major sects, this would not be of any benefit to Junling or Lu Ping. Although the Kongming essence was also a treasure, the spirit stones in the mine were even more tempting to Lu Ping. Furthermore, the large spirit stone mine could produce top-quality spirit stones. Lu Ping did not lack top-quality spirit stones, but he would never complain about having more top-quality spirit stones. Lu Ping came to the rocky area, intending to find the teleporter that Zhang Shi had set up here. However, regardless of whether Lu Ping used the 3 pure eyes or his powerful divine will that was no weaker than that of a Dharma adept, he still could not detect anything. What was going on? Why wasn't there any trace of the teleportation array being activated? Could it be that the teleportation array was already set up? When Lu Ping thought about how Zhang Shi only came out after Dong Yun and Laozu arrived, he could not help but speculate. Otherwise, Zhang Shi would not need Dong Yun to come out of the mine. Or perhaps Dong Yun was just a lookout and only activated the transportation formation to let Zhang Shi out after making sure there was no one around. Just as Lu Ping was letting his imagination run wild, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw 2 inconspicuous boulders, and it was these 2 seemingly ordinary boulders that attracted Lu Ping's attention. With a flick of his hand, Lu Ping took out a stone armor from his interspatial mystic instrument. This stone armor was made from 2 strange stones that could block out a cultivator's divine sense. The 2 stones in front of him were made from the same material as the stone armor. The 2 stones in front of him were made from the same material as the stone armor. The Crystal Palace cultivator who discovered the medium-sized spirit stone mine on the unnamed island had concluded that the spirit stone mine on the unnamed island was a branch of the spirit stone mine on the 5 Phantom Islands. From the fact that both of them had such strange stones, it seemed that the mine prospector from the Crystal Palace was right. Lu Ping walked to the two boulders, and indeed, in the gap between the two boulders, he found a teleporter that was directly engraved on the boulder. Lu Ping thought for a while, then he inlaid a few spirit stones on the teleporter, and then he made a gesture to activate the teleporter. At the same time, he shouted softly, "Explode!" A few spirit stones suddenly burst out with dense spiritual energy, and the teleportation array formation was activated. Lu Ping disappeared in a flash of white light. The spirit stones embedded in the array formation also turned into spiritual energy due to Lu Ping's spirit explosion art. Not a single trace of spiritual energy was left behind. Because there were some scattered spirit stones, the mine didn't look dark. Because the entire Yuanling Island was under the seal of the array, at this time, there were a few runes flashing on the walls of the mine. These runes were the extension of the seal array, and the seal array was connected to the pulse suppression spirit lock grade array, so that the entire spirit stone mine had double insurance. Even if one broke through the seal array on the surface, under the protection of the pulse suppression spirit lock grade array, one would not be able to enter the mine. At this moment, a wall in the quiet mine suddenly shone with white light, and golden runes appeared on the wall. These runes were all the runes of the pulse suppression spirit lock grade array. Some of these runes shone brightly, while others dimmed. However, they did not disappear. The runes that shone brightly formed the outline of a teleportation array disk. It was as if a teleportation array disk had been naturally embedded into the vein suppression spirit lock array disk. The white light faded, and a young man in his 20s appeared in the mine. Lu Ping looked around, but only his breathing could be heard in the quiet cave. He sensed something with his divine sense, so he turned around and saw the runes on the walls dimming and returning to the pulse suppression spirit shackle array formation. There wasn't the slightest trace of abnormality. Lu Ping glanced around and saw that the runes on the walls had dimmed and returned to the pulse suppression spirit shackle array formation. Lu Ping couldn't help but sigh in admiration at this method. To hide the runes of the teleporter within the runes of the pulse suppression spirit lock grade array, or to say that these runes were originally part of the pulse suppression spirit lock grade array. Under the wondrous methods of Kong Wu Laozu, these runes were responsible for the normal operation of the pulse suppression spirit lock grade array. Once the teleporter was activated, these runes would immediately gather to form a brand new teleporter, and at the same time, they would be responsible for the operation of the pulse suppression spirit lock grade array. This way, no one would be able to discover that someone had already touched the array and infiltrated the mine. It was simply a marvelous technique. No wonder people said that the Kong Ming sect's research on arrays had reached the pinnacle. Just this teleporter was enough to explain everything. Lu Ping immediately thought of the other person who had been monitoring Zhang Shi and Dong Yun Laozu. This person had also used the Yuanling Island's seal to hide his tracks, and the method was similar to this teleporter. However, the level of this teleporter was far inferior, and could not be compared to this teleporter. Could it be that this person was also related to the Kong Ming sect? However, the Kong Ming sect had been destroyed for thousands of years, and its inheritance had also been severed. Could it be that this person was fortunate enough to obtain some of the inheritance left behind by the Kong Ming sect? Lu Ping waved his hand in front of him, and the spatial door of the Golden House suddenly opened. A huge and fat Laozu fell out of the door and landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Ping fanned the dust with his hand and said, "It's all up to you now. I only want the best grade spirit stones." Debao appeared in the mine and immediately revealed an intoxicated expression. He heard Lu Ping's words and said, "Don't worry, big brother. This time, you will make a lot of money." Debao's nose twitched, and he sniffed left and right of the mine. Then he turned around and ran towards the mine on the left. His fat body had already covered all four of his limbs, and one could only see a meatball wriggling as it moved forward quickly. Remember, don't leave any traces that are too obvious, and don't touch the runes of the arrays on the walls of the mine. Don't worry. Without turning his head back, Debao disappeared into the depths of the mine. Lu Ping didn't continue to explore the mine. Instead, he turned around and focused all his attention on the wall once again. He carefully used his spirit sense to scan the wall for a long time, but he didn't discover anything. Just when Lu Ping had come out of the teleportation array, and the runes on the array board behind him hadn't extinguished yet, Lu Ping's keen spirit sense seemed to have discovered something. And when these runes had extinguished and returned to the original array board, the trace of abnormality that had attracted the attention of Lu Ping's spirit sense disappeared in an instant. Lu Ping thought for a moment, and the cyan light in his eyes shone brightly. The 3 pure true pupils was pushed to the limit by Lu Ping. The trace of gold that was hidden in the cyan light that hadn't been refined gradually began to melt. The cyan light suddenly shot out more than a foot and directly entered the runes on the wall. After a moment, the cyan light in Lu Ping's eyes disappeared. Lu Ping fiercely took 2 breaths and tightly closed his eyes. A bluish-purple light flowed on his eyelids. It seemed that the 3 pure true pupils had caused a great burden on Lu Ping's eyes, and at this moment, he was using his qi to nourish and restore them. When the bluish-purple light dissipated, Lu Ping reluctantly opened his eyes. He could see that Lu Ping's eyes were a little dim, and there were obvious dark circles around them. However, Lu Ping's face still showed an expression of understanding. Then he rummaged through the storage magic tool and took out a talisman that was shining with a 5-colored halo. It was a 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman. Lu Ping came into contact with talismans very early, but his talent in it was far inferior to his talent in alchemy. However, it was still much better than his talent in refining tools. At least after unremitting efforts, Lu Ping finally made a 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman in 3 to 4 months after entering the Spirit Gathering Island. However, the success rate was extremely low, and for this reason, he wasted a lot of rare talisman materials. This was also because of Lu Ping. If it was replaced by other cultivators, they would not have so much wealth for him to squander like this. It could be said that Lu Ping's achievement in making restriction-breaking talismans was completely piled up by a large number of high-grade talisman papers. Lu Ping injected his qi into the 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman, and a 5-colored light suddenly soared. Lu Ping slapped the talisman in his hand toward the wall, and with a pa sound, the 5-colored light suddenly integrated into the talisman pattern. After the 5-colored light dissipated, a white space portal suddenly appeared on the wall. Lu Ping showed an expression of sure, and then he plunged into the white space portal, and the white space portal immediately disappeared. Hee, sure enough, it really is Kongwu's treasure. Chapter 1050. Lu Ping was currently standing in the middle of a stone cave. Behind him was a rune wall, and behind the wall was the tunnel leading to the mine. Lu Ping could clearly see everything in the mine, but if a person was in the mine, they would not be able to see through the rune wall. Unexpectedly, there was a secret chamber behind the rune wall. When the rune wall touched his hand, it was as if it was solid. If Lu Ping's divine will was far stronger than others, he would not have felt the abnormality the moment the array teleported. Fortunately, the 3 pure true eyes had just been upgraded by 1 level, allowing Lu Ping to catch a trace of it. Otherwise, Lu Ping would not have dared to use the 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman to break through the rune wall. Lu Ping turned around and looked at the secret chamber behind him. On a stone table, there were 7 crystal-clear stones the size of a thumb. It's actually another Kongming essence. According to legend, the Kongming sect's protective array was extremely complicated. It was the result of the efforts of generations of Kongming sect's array masters. The cultivators of the Kongming sect created 32 Kongming essences to open the array. At that time, there were 4 Dharma realm array masters of the Kongming sect, and Kongwu Laozu was one of them. There were 7 Kongming essences here, and in addition to the one on the stone pillar, there were exactly 8 Kongming essences. Could it be that these were the 8 keys that Kongwu Laozu controlled to open the Kongming sect's protective array? Among the 7 Kongming essences, there was a jade slip left on the stone table. Lu Ping put away the 7 Kongming essences one by one, and then he used his divine will to examine the jade slip. After a long while, Lu Ping's face showed a slight surprise, but it was more of a pleasant surprise. He then carefully put the jade slip into his storage magic tool. Only then did he stand at the entrance of the secret chamber and look into the mine through the rune wall. His left hand rubbed his chin as he thought about something. Songhai sect was originally in a period of rapid growth. Although it was not as dazzling as Jinling in the North Sea, it was an indisputable fact that the sect's strength was growing day by day. And with the rapid development of the sect, the demand for spirit stones inevitably began to increase. Just as Songhai sect was preparing to plan for more sources of spirit stones, Jinling suddenly launched an operation to suppress Songhai sect. The mixed mine was suppressed, the spirit stone mine of Frost Island was suppressed, and other small and medium-sized mines and other sources of spirit stones were also suppressed. For a time, Songhai sect's spirit stone income fell into a difficult situation. The ancestors of the Songhai sect had been worrying about the source of spiritual stones all day long. At this time, the bold idea of stealing the spiritual stone vein of Yuanling Island had to appear in the minds of the elders of the Songhai sect, forcing these ancestors to take the risk. Speaking of the origin of this hollow nether essence, the cultivators of Songhai sect felt that they were quite lucky. That was more than 100 years ago when Songhai sect had just merged and returned to Illusion Spirit City and successfully seized the spirit stone share of the medium-sized sections. After the first distribution of spirit stones, there was one time when Donghua Laozu used a supreme grade spirit stone to finish his cultivation. The spirit stone that had used up all its spirit energy should have turned to dust. Donghua Laozu casually threw it on the ground, and there was a clang. A crystal bead the size of a thumb rolled out from the crushed spirit stone powder. This was the origin of the hollow nether essence that Songhai sect had obtained back then. Songhai sect naturally knew about what had happened to the hollow nether sect in the past. Although they did not know why the hollow nether essence that was rumored to have been destroyed by the large sects had appeared, since the hollow nether essence was still here, then the teleportation formation that Kangwu Laozu had left behind was also here. The words of the large sects back then were just a lie. After that, Songhai sect began to secretly search for the secret teleportation formation that Kangwu Laozu had left behind on Yuanling Island through the hollow nether essence. As expected, they found it in the 8th mine. At that time, this teleportation formation had been damaged after thousands of years. Songhai sect spent a lot of effort to secretly repair this special teleportation formation. At the same time, they began to figure out the usage of the hollow nether essence. Finally, they accidentally repaired this teleportation formation that bypassed the seal of the cave entrance. Among them, the teleportation formation inside the mine was attached to the pulse suppression spirit lock formation, so it was not damaged. After Songhai sect's Laozu saw this amazing teleportation formation disk, he was afraid that he would accidentally damage it or trigger the formation and be discovered by others. He did not dare to carry out a detailed inspection of this teleportation formation disk. Even if he did, he might not be able to find anything. Therefore, the secret room that Kangwu Laozu had opened behind the rune wall was not discovered by Songhai sect. Originally, although Songhai sect was facing the pressure of a shortage of spirit stones, after all, they had learned from Hollow Nether sect's mistake. They only wanted to carefully steal a small part of the spirit stones, but they did not expect that they would be forced into such a situation. There was no other way. The mysterious person had complete control of the secret reincarnation technique and had already seen through Songhai sect's plan. Songhai sect had no choice but to give in. Otherwise, Songhai sect's dream of becoming a great cultivator would probably be pushed back for another few hundred years. At that time, who knew to what extent Songhai sect would be suppressed by Jinling? In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. Lu Ping stood in front of the rune wall in the stone cave, motionless, as if he was waiting for something. Rumbling sounds came from Yuanling Island once again. Although Lu Ping was currently deep underground, the sounds of battle still rang out like muffled thunder. Mara's army had begun their attack once again. Lu Ping's spirit was roused. He opened his mouth and spat out 12 gentian beads that shone with a 5-colored light. One by one, they flew into the rune wall and then dispersed in all directions. Then, the 5-colored lights suddenly disappeared, and the 12 gentian beads disappeared as well. Lu Ping opened his right hand, and a rank 9 white jade lotus bloomed in his palm. Lu Ping also threw it towards the ground outside the rune wall. A few rune patterns flashed on the ground, and the lotus instantly melted into the ground and disappeared. After a short while, the rune patterns on the rune wall in front of Lu Ping suddenly began to move at high speed. In an instant, some of the rune patterns dimmed, while others brightened. Suddenly, a simple teleportation array disk was formed. This array disk began to spin rapidly, and a spatial whirlpool began to form in the middle of the mine. The white teleportation light immediately shone brightly. Lu Ping's eyes also lit up with 2 green rays of light. He looked towards the teleportation light. A praying mantis had unknowingly appeared on Lu Ping's shoulder. When it saw Lu Ping, it immediately jumped and fell into Lu Ping's palm. A figure suddenly appeared in the white light. Without saying anything, Lu Ping's right hand stretched out from the rune wall. It was unknown when the scissors' spirit treasure had been cut into 2, but it was already in Lu Ping's right hand. Lu Ping then used the scissors to cut the figure. Zhang Shi carefully avoided all kinds of divine senses. He arrived at the rocky mountain and activated the teleportation array. When he arrived at the mine, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a fierce killing intent suddenly rose from behind Zhang Shi, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Someone was plotting against him. How was this possible? Zhang Shi didn't have time to think about how someone would ambush him here. He already knew that he had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Zhang Shi pushed the protective qi out from his body with a thought. At the same time, Zhang Shi leapt forward. The Taoist robe he wore also flashed with runes that looked like starlight. However, as these protective measures were activated, Zhang Shi's heart sank even more. Amidst the crackling sounds, these protective measures were broken by the ambusher as if they were made of paper. Before Zhang Shi could move again, he felt a chill on his legs. 2 blades of light crisscrossed in front of Zhang Shi. In the midst of his horrified scream, his whole body had already fallen forward. Behind him was a pair of legs that had fallen to the ground before his body. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and then Zhang Shi, who had fallen to the ground, took the opportunity to turn around and stop the bleeding. The mantis on Lu Ping's arm waved its big blades excitedly. Lu Ping raised his eyebrows. This scissors was indeed a second disaster spirit treasure. With one blow, it could actually injure a top mid-dharma adept so easily. Who is it? Zhang Shi looked at the pair of short legs in front of him. His face was already pale. He had already summoned the blood-orange sword. As long as he turned the sword and stabbed it under his feet, under his buttocks, he would immediately be able to activate the pulse suppression spirit lock formation and summon the practitioners from the various sections. However, Zhang Shi did not dare to do so. Once he did so, not only would he die, even the ambusher might not be caught. However, the matter of the vast sea sect stealing spirit stones would definitely not be covered up. When that happened, it was very likely that the entire sect would be buried with him. Lu Ping took a step out from the rune wall. Zhang Shi's eyes instantly widened and he cried out in shock. Who are you? How did the Northern Alliance's Laozu spirit treasure scissors end up in your hands? Lu Ping snorted coldly. A sword light whirlpool suddenly formed beside him. The seepage sword formula surrounded Lu Ping. A series of crisp sounds could be heard from inside. Countless thin needles that were hard to see with the naked eye were smashed by the sword wall and fell to the ground, forming a crystal color. Lu Tianping, you are Lu Tianping. Why are you here? Just as Zhang Shi saw the thin water-flowing sword and howled in disbelief, a lightning suddenly struck the heavily injured Zhang Shi from the sword wall. Zhang Shi, who was originally trying to escape, had a change of expression. The blood-orange sword in his hands scattered a dark light, and instantly annihilated the lightning in the mine. Zhang Shi's legs once again spurted out 2 streams of blood. He shouted loudly, "You're crazy. Aren't you afraid of causing the pulse suppression spirit lock formation to shake and summon the practitioners from the 9 sects and the Crystal Palace? By then, Vast Sea Sect and Zhenling will be finished together." Lu Ping's face was cold and solemn. Without saying a word, the thin water-flowing sword circled and strangled Zhang Shi from both sides. Zhang Shi knew that he could not escape today. He did not dodge the strangling of the thin water-flowing sword. The blood-orange sword in his hand suddenly stabbed towards the ground. Obviously, he wanted to trigger the pulse suppression spirit lock formation and drag Lu Ping down with him. At this time, he could no longer care about the righteousness of the sect. Chapter 1051. The blood-orange sword was about to pierce the ground and activate the pulse suppression spirit lock formation, but Lu Ping was still unmoved. The thin flowing sword continued to slash towards Zhang Shi. Ding! A white jade lotus appeared on the ground. A crystal wall had appeared on the ground. The blood-orange sword's attack was useless. Zhang Shi's face was ashen. The thin water-flowing sword had already pierced into his body from the left and right, destroying his core space in one fell swoop. At that moment, Zhang Shi's body suddenly exploded, and a strange Dharma aspect fish jumped out. The two fins under its abdomen almost turned into a pair of wings. With a flap in midair, the Dharma aspect fish immediately shot into the depths of the mine. It was the Kuan fish Dharma, Peng bloodline. Lu Ping wasn't worried about Zhang Shi's avatar escaping. Just as he expected, a loud bang sounded and 12 five-colored lights flashed around the cave. The lights resonated with the white jade lotus on the ground and formed a sealed crystal space. Zhang Shi's avatar crashed into the crystal space, but it was as if it had hit an iron plate. Zhang Shi was decisive. Seeing that he could not escape, the Kuan fish Dharma swelled up and was about to self-destruct. But the scissors that injured him previously appeared in Lu Ping's hands again. Lu Ping swung his scissors in the air, and the praying mantis on the back of Zhang Shi's hand also swung its scissors. Before Zhang Shi's avatar could self-destruct, it was already cut in half. Lu Ping looked at the sudden explosion of dense spiritual energy and lamented in his heart, "What a pity!" Then he used a fire to erase all traces of the battle. Other than the storage mystic instrument and the blood-orange sword, Zhang Shi's body was burned into nothingness. Lu Ping waved his hand and took the 12 gentian beads and white jade lotus. He looked at the blood-orange sword lying on the ground and said, "Come out." A skinny red-haired child dressed in orange clothes appeared in front of Lu Ping with a rosacea nose. He looked at Lu Ping timidly, then his gaze shifted to the mantis bearing its fangs and claws on the back of Lu Ping's hand. He seemed to be startled and took 2 steps back. The praying mantis waved its 2 big blades and cackled proudly. Lu Ping couldn't do anything to this shameless praying mantis, but the shameless praying mantis did serve as a deterrent. Perhaps it would be of some use in retrieving the spirit treasure. However, Lu Ping couldn't help but frown when he looked at the little boy's thin and frail body. Although a companion spirit treasure could become a spirit treasure that could be used by cultivators after it was modified and survived the Thunder Tribulations, it was still inferior to a spirit treasure of the same grade that was refined from a regular spirit treasure. This difference was usually shown in 2 aspects. One was the weakness of the weapon spirit. Whether it was the blood-orange sword or Jiang Tianlin Laozu's tree branch, the weapon spirits were very thin and weak. The weaker the weapon spirit, the lower the quality of the spiritual treasure. The second was that the spiritual treasure that was modified from a spiritual treasure would lose its ability to improve. Lu Ping didn't say anything else to the little boy. He tapped his finger on the boy's forehead and a purplish-blue light exploded on the boy's forehead, instantly covering half of his body in a purple glow. The child did not resist Lu Ping's domineering behavior at all. He let Lu Ping's essential essence start to refine him. He bowed to Lu Ping and said, "Blood Orange greets Master." Lu Ping nodded. The child's face lit up. He picked up the blood-orange sword and shot it at Lu Ping. It instantly entered Lu Ping's core space. However, it was forced out of the Dharma's auspicious cloud by the Thunder's 7 treasures calabash. Together with the thin water-flowing sword, it occupied the edge of the auspicious cloud. Lu Ping smiled slightly and thought, "This little guy's name is domineering, but he's actually a bully. He doesn't even dare to provoke a spirit-nurturing artifact like the Thunder's 7 treasures calabash." However, the Thunder Seven Treasures calabash is used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It's used to being arrogant. It looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to make it suffer. With the strength of the Azure Sea sect, they could have fought for the top 10 of the second class among the 25 sects in the previous great meeting of Mystic Spirit City. However, the Azure Sea sect only sent Ancestor East Cloud. Even though they managed to advance in the end, the third place of the third class was an underestimation of the Azure Sea sect's strength. Everything Blue Sea sect did, of course, was due to the fact that they had fought for a share of the Spirit Stone mine on Frost Island. But more importantly, it was probably because of this hidden teleportation formation left behind by Laozu Kongwu. Lu Ping patted Zhang Shi's storage artifact. He didn't know how much Zhang Shi had dug inside, but he didn't think he would be disappointed. His consciousness rushed into the storage artifact. Amidst the crackling noises, the seal on the surface of the storage artifact was immediately scattered by Lu Ping's consciousness. Lu Ping probed the storage mystic artifact with his divine sense and was shocked. Other than Zhang Shi's personal belongings, most of the storage mystic artifact was occupied by spirit stones that were scattered all over the place. How many spirit stones did this guy steal from the spirit stone mine in the past few days? How could he be so desperate? Not only did he steal upper-grade spirit stones, but he even stole middle and lower-grade spirit stones. Wasn't he afraid that the traces of his stealing would be easily discovered after the mine was opened? A thought flashed through Lu Ping's mind like lightning. Lu Ping was shocked again. Zhang Shi and Blue Sea sect would definitely not be so unwise. Thinking of Lu Ping's speculation about Mara's army arriving at the right time, could there be some unknown secret hidden in this? With that thought in mind, Lu Ping remembered the mysterious cultivator he discovered in the woods who was able to secretly monitor Dong Yun and Zhang Shi using the sealing array formation on Yuanling Island. Then he recalled the contents recorded in the jade slip left behind by Ancestor Kong Wu in the secret chamber. Suddenly, he panicked and whistled towards the depths of the mine. However, as soon as Lu Ping's whistle fell, the entire Yuanling Island suddenly began to shake. The pulse suppression spirit locking array on the walls of the mine suddenly began to operate. One after another, runes began to light up. Lu Ping secretly said, "Oh no." At this moment, the sound of running suddenly came from the depths of the mine. A moment later, Lu Debao ran out with a head full of sweat and shouted, "Boss, it's not good. I don't know what's going on. I just dug out a top-grade spirit stone and suddenly triggered the entire pulse suppression spirit locking array. I followed your instructions and didn't touch the walls of the mine." Lu Ping was already deep in the mine. His finger quickly pointed at the flashing runes on the rune wall behind him. Every time he touched a rune, the rune would flash with even more intense light than before. "It's not your fault, it's Zhang Shi, that bastard, who stole the spirit stone mine too much, triggering the foundation of the entire 5 islands of illusionary spirit." Debao had just run to Lu Ping's side and breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing this, his eyes immediately widened and he said, "The entire 5 islands of illusionary spirit? Doesn't that mean that Mara might take the opportunity to attack?" Lu Ping did not have time to answer. Both his hands pointed at the same time, and the last 2 runes were touched. The teleportation portal was instantly formed. Lu Ping pulled Debao and said, "Quick, let's go." On the rocky outskirts of Yuanling Island, a faint white light flashed between 2 boulders, and a young Dharma adept with a strong demonic aura suddenly appeared in the middle of the rocky outskirts. Lu Ping turned around and looked at the 2 strange rocks. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end he did not destroy them. Instead, he quickly walked to the seal of the mine and dug out the empty essence from the stone pillar. At this time, the tremors of the spirit stone mine on Yuanling Island had already attracted the attention of the many Dharma adepts who were fighting with Mara in the sky above Yuanling Island. It was just that Mara's attack was too intense and he could not spare anyone to investigate. Dong Yun Laozu naturally thought that this was because of Zhang Shi, so he would not bring people to capture his own disciple first. Thus, he did not pay attention to this. Lu Ping hid his tracks along the way, not worrying that anyone would discover him. After leaving Yuanling Island, he flew towards Phantom City. At this time, the Phantom Palace was already in a mess. 9 great adepts of both the human and demon races had gathered in the palace and were looking at a huge array board that had appeared on the ground. A few adepts who were obviously at the Dharma stage and above were either squatting or crawling on the ground, following the runes that had appeared on the array board to examine, calculate, and search for something. At this time, these Dharma adepts, who were obviously spell formation grandmasters, no longer had the aura of a grandmaster. On the contrary, under the pressure of the 9 great adepts, their foreheads were all sweating profusely. Finally, an old man dressed in a fiery red robe could not help but shout, "Have you found it yet? Where exactly is the problem?" A mid-Dharma spell formation grandmaster suddenly said happily, "I've found it. It's in the northwest direction. There's a problem with the spirit stone mine on Yuanling Island." Yuanling Island? The red-robed adept shouted, "What are you waiting for? Let's go to Yuanling Island." Before he could move, his sleeve was suddenly pulled by an adept beside him, who said, "Friend Chong, please wait." The red-robed adept was the great adept of the Fire Phoenix race, Yen Chong Tian Laozu. Seeing that someone had actually dared to pull his sleeve, he suddenly turned around and was about to shout, but when he saw that it was Yuan Chong Laozu from the Crystal Palace, his expression froze, but he still said angrily, "Why are you pulling the old man? If there's a problem with the Spirit Stone Mine, the protective array of the Phantom 5 Islands will be weakened. Mara's army is already attacking that place with all their might. What if the array is broken?" Without waiting for Yuan Chong Laozu to explain, a spell formation grandmaster who had been lying on the ground and calculating something had already explained, "The foundation of the array of the Phantom 5 Islands is the Spirit Stone Mine, but the effect is the opposite. If there's a problem with the Phantom Island in the northwest direction, the weakening of the array should be in the southeast direction. In the southeast direction, isn't that the Chungling Island that our 3 main tribes are guarding?" The 3 great adepts of the demon clan, including Yen Chong Tian, rose into the air, but before the 3 of them could leave the Phantom Palace, they heard an earth-shattering sound coming from the southeast direction of the Phantom Palace. In the southeast sky, a huge hole seemed to tear the sky apart, and countless Mara were flocking in through the hole. Chapter 1052. Lu Ping flew all the way to Phantom City. At this time, the entire Phantom City was in chaos. In the southeastern sky, there was a hole in the matrix that had been torn open. Mara's army swarmed in from it, forming a torrent. Lu Ping hurried all the way through the Mystic Spirit City, heading towards a secluded area. Fortunately, everyone was in a state of panic, so no one noticed his movements. Lu Ping walked to a remote area, and a thin layer of water split open on his face and dripped onto the ground. Taking off the demon transformation bracelet on his wrist, Lu Ping returned to his original appearance. Lu Ping handed Zhang Shi's storage ritual implement to Debao. At this time, Debao was frantically sorting out the spirit stones that Zhang Shi had stolen in the House of Gold. Although Lu Ping did not carefully check the number of spirit stones, a portion of it was the Songhai sect's share on Yuanling Island. Just like how Tiankong Laozu had given his share of Jinling's spirit stones to Lu Ping, Zhang Shi had also taken care of the Songhai sect's share of spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones that Zhang Shi had stolen from the mine, the total amount was even higher than Jinling's share. No wonder that Songhai sect had originally had the chance to enter the top 10 of the 25 sects on Yuanling Island, but they had obviously given up. With this kind of thievery, they could not even compete with the top 5 sects of the first tier, much less the 6th to 10th tier sections. Walking out of the remote alley, Lu Ping turned back and walked quickly towards the crowded area. After a while, he suddenly stopped. When he looked up, he saw 2 people looking at him from afar. A look of joy appeared on Lu Ping's face. He quickly walked over and said, "Brother Yuan, I didn't expect to meet you here." The 2 people were Yuan Feixiang and the middle Dharma servant known as Mr. Wen. Seeing that it was Lu Ping, Yuan Feixiang smiled and cupped his fists. "Brother Lu, are you going to Chengling Island as well?" Lu Ping nodded to Mr. Wen and said, "I was going to rush over as well. But I had some private matters to attend to in the Phantom City. So, the elders of the sect are urgently calling me back." I assume it's because of the rescue mission on Chungling Island. Brother Yuan, you're going ahead of me. I'm going to rush over with my fellow cultivators. Yuan Feixiang smiled and said, That's good too. Brother Lu is the future star of your sect. The elders of your sect must first confirm Brother Lu's safety before they can be at ease. Lu Ping smiled and said, Brother Yuan must be joking. Let's meet again in a moment. After bidding farewell to Yuan Feixiang in a hurry, Lu Ping had many doubts in his mind. But he did not have time to think about them, because Tiankong Laozu's decree was already in his hands. At this moment, 9 strong auras suddenly rose from the direction of the Phantom Hall. Then, 9 rays of flowing light shot out. 2 of them turned and flew in the northwest direction, while the remaining 7 flew all the way to Chungling Island in the southeast. 9 great adepts. Lu Ping looked at the 2 rays of flowing light that were obviously flying towards Yuanling Island. He wondered if they would discover something fishy about the Blue Sea sect. On Lingling Island, when Lu Ping arrived, Tiankong Laozu was already preparing to lead a group of Junling disciples to Chungling Island to help. Seeing that Lu Ping had returned, Tiankong Laozu was delighted and said, You're back just in time. The old man is preparing to go to Chungling Island. I'll leave this place to you to guard. Lu Ping looked at the disciples following Tiankong Laozu. Almost all of them were second-generation cultivators like Sage Xian Su and some third-generation disciples. Xian Yong, Xian Ling and the other outstanding cultivators of the third generation were excluded by Tiankong Laozu for some reason. So Lu Ping smiled and said, Disciple will go with Grand Uncle Master. We can take care of each other. Tiankong Laozu refused without hesitation, You can't go. The station on Lingling Island cannot be left unguarded. One of us must stay here. Lu Ping knew what Tiankong Laozu was thinking, but he still smiled and said, It seems that there is only a gap on Chungling Island. The formation has not collapsed. Grand Uncle Master might have to join forces with others when you get there. Can Grand Uncle Master trust them? When the time comes, Disciple and Grand Uncle Master will have the confidence to escape even if we encounter Azura. Why do you have to be on guard against others when you work with them? Chungling Island was the place where the 3 major tribes of the Demon Clan were stationed. Just like how the Crystal Palace and the 9 major sects occupied the only giant spirit stone mine on Phantom Island, the 3 major tribes of the Demon Clan also occupied a spirit stone mine. There was also a stone spirit island in the northeast, which was occupied by the other tribes of the East Sea Demon Clan. When Jinling and the others arrived on Chungling Island, the entire island was already in chaos. Fortunately, other than the overall defense formation of the Phantom Island, each island could also defend itself, so Mara's army did not spread to the other 4 islands after they entered the island. This was also due to the estrangement between the human and demon clans in the past. Coupled with the participation of several great cultivators from the human and demon clans, Mara's army and the human and demon clans began to fight fiercely around Chungling Island. Out of caution, Tiankong Laozu and Lu Ping did not approve of the core forging adepts of their sect forming a formation and advancing into the island. More than 20 core forging adepts of Jinling quickly formed the 3 talents 5 elements formation. The formation formed by more than 20 core forging adepts was enough to fight against 2 or 3 Dharma adepts. Under the command of immortal Xian Su, they only relied on the inner formation of Phantom Island to resist Mara's attack at the edge of Chungling Island. Lu Ping and Tiankong Laozu both rose into the air. Both of them could already see that in the sky near Yuanling Island, Yuan Chong Laozu of the Crystal Palace was already surrounded by more than 10 early and mid-Dharma adepts. Seeing Tiankong Laozu and Lu Ping arrive, Yuan Chong Laozu nodded in satisfaction and said, Old man, I'll be straightforward. Although the situation on Chungling Island was sudden, it is far from irreversible. There were some problems on Yuanling Island which directly caused the 5 islands' defense formation to be weakened, especially on Chungling Island. Coupled with the sudden appearance of a large number of poison Shura, the defense formation on Chungling Island was directly broken through. Poison Shura? How could such a thing appear on such a large scale? Yuan Chong Laozu seemed to be rather displeased with the Dharma adept who had interrupted him, but under such circumstances, he did not explode on the spot. Instead, he explained, before this, North Sea Jinling informed Phantom Palace of the news of the appearance of Poison Shura. Before this, we had already informed our fellow friends, but we did not expect the Poison Shura to appear on such a large scale. However, everyone can see the hole in the southeast sky that has been broken through. The group of Shura that is guarding the hole and using their supernatural powers to continuously expand the hole are the Poison Shura. Everyone turned to look in the direction that Yuan Chong Laozu had pointed out. Indeed, at the hole that had been broken through on Chungling Island, there was a group of Shura guarding the hole, not moving at all. At the same time, batches of Mara's army were continuously pouring in from outside the island. Yuan Chong Laozu's voice once again rang out in everyone's ears. He said, "Our fellow friends who have just arrived have already engaged the many-blood Mara, Jade Shura, and Jade Demon who have entered Chungling Island. They will do their best to delay the important forces of Mara's army for us. Our task is to split into two groups and go around the battlefield from both sides. Once we enter the battlefield, we will chase this group of Poison Shura away and at the same time seal the hole." Amid Dharma Laozu could not help but ask, with our abilities, if our fellow friends on the island are able to delay Mara's army from returning to support us, it is not impossible to rush to the hole and chase the group of Poison Shura away. However, there is a hole there, and Mara's army is continuously pouring in. Once the Asuras or even the legendary heavenly demons appear, with our level of practice, even if we outnumber them, it will be difficult to seal the hole. Yuan Chong Laozu knew that if he did not dispel the doubts in these people's hearts, they would definitely not follow him and take the risk. So he said, "Everyone, don't worry. 2 great practitioners have already rushed to Yuan Ling Island to investigate. Once the source of the problem affecting the formation on Chungling Island is eliminated, the hole in the formation will immediately close up. As long as we chase the Poison Shura away, the hole will immediately close up. Otherwise, with the Poison Shura constantly suppressing the recovery of the formation and even widening the hole, not only will Mara's army be able to rush in faster, but once the Asuras and Jade Demons appear, I'm afraid we will not be able to stop them in time." At this moment, the island's protective formation of the entire 5 islands of illusory spirits let out a low rumble once again. A layer of faint light flashed on the protective shield of the formation. Yuan Chong Laozu said happily, "The danger on Yuan Ling Island has been eliminated. I'm counting on you all." The recovery of the formation caused a commotion among the group of black Asuras guarding the hole in the formation. Clearly, they had noticed that the formation had changed. The entire island's protective formation rippled like water. The faint light was like waves gathering towards the hole in the formation, and it was getting brighter and faster. Colorful smoke rose from the group of Poison Shura and sprayed towards the hole in the formation. At this moment, the circle of light that had gathered the power of the entire formation in an attempt to seal the hole had also reached its peak. It emitted a blinding light and rushed towards the hole. The two collided. First, the hole shrank rapidly, and then it began to expand under the corrosion of the various poisonous fog. Then, it fell into a stalemate. At this time, Yuan Chong Laozu led close to 20 Dharma adepts and rushed towards the hole in the formation from the left and right. Very quickly, they attracted the attention of the Mara army that had entered Chungling Island. Amidst the howling of a Jade Demon, 2 groups of Mara quickly rushed out from the battlefield and blocked off the Dharma adepts. The moment that Jade Demon gave the order, it also revealed its position. A great demon adept broke through the blockade of Mara surrounding it and went straight for the Jade Demon. The Jade Demon no longer had time to give orders, and the nearby Mara army was in chaos. Dozens of Luan rose from Chungling Island and took the opportunity to attack the group of Mara, forcing the group of Mara to retreat. Tian Kong Laozu took the lead, and the mountain-splitting axe in his hand came crashing down. There was no one who could withstand it, and even the Jade Shura did not dare to take the mountain-splitting axe's attack head-on. Furthermore, behind Tian Kong Laozu, Lu Ping's pair of swords happened to protect his 2 wings. The Moonwater sword was unpredictable, and it was difficult to defend against. Occasionally, there would be bolts of water divine lightning that struck the group of Mara that was blocking their way. Even if the two of them were to meet one or two blood Mara blocking their way, they would still be beaten into a corner. Therefore, the two of them seemed to be very relaxed as they advanced. If it wasn't for the fact that they did not want to be too conspicuous among the crowd and attract more of the Mara army, they could have easily caught up to Yuan Chong Laozu's progress. Chapter 1053. Under the leadership of the Crystal Palace's Grand Adept Yuan Chong Laozu, nearly 20 Dharma adepts split into two groups and charged towards the gap in the formation, intending to reseal the gap and cut off Mara's escape route. Whether it was the pair of scissors or the blood-orange sword, although Lu Ping had better killing weapons in his hands, these two weapons could not see the light of day. He could only use the thin water-flowing sword, the nether water sword, and a few other magical powers to attack the enemy. Even so, the effect was no less than that of the adepts of the same level who had spirit treasures in their hands. Lu Ping and Tiankong Laozu were lucky to be in the middle of the right path with Yuan Chong Laozu. Because Yuan Chong Laozu was charging in front, most of the Mara's attention was taken away. Tiankong Laozu and Lu Ping's combined strength was far superior to that of the others, so it was not difficult for them to advance. It was also because of Yuan Chong Laozu's efforts that the adepts of the other sects did not dare to be too slow. They all chased after him from both sides, or killed more or less to share the pressure. This was also because of Yuan Chong Laozu's identity as a Grand Adept of the Crystal Palace. Everyone was somewhat afraid of him, but they did not dare to outwardly oppose him. Perhaps it was because of this that when a few Grand Adepts came to rescue Chengling Island, in the end, only Yuan Chong Laozu was left to wait for the other sect's reinforcements to arrive to carry out the task of cutting off Mara's escape route and sealing the gap in the formation. Yuan Feixiang pointed one hand to the sky, and the other to the dozens of Mara that were coming towards him. A ray of 7-colored lightning shot down from the sky, and the lightning wreaked havoc in the group of Mara. The dozens of Mara exploded in the air, leaving no survivors. Mr. Wen stood behind him. Any Mara that got close to him was silently cut into pieces, and then slowly melted and evaporated. With the two of them working together, Mara, who was nearby, did not dare to move forward for a moment. Yuan Fei looked up at the gap in the sky. Naturally, she also saw the Dharma adepts who had split into two groups and were charging towards the gap. Mr. Wen's voice sounded from behind him. Although the formation was weakened due to the influence of the Spirit Stone Mine on the 5 Phantom Islands, it would have been very difficult to open such a small gap without Poison Azura's sudden appearance and restraining effect on the formation. Yuan Feixiang's expression was slightly gloomy, as if she was slightly disappointed. There seemed to be a strange space around Mr. Wen's body. If any Mara came within 300 feet of him, they would be attacked by the power of the space. Anyone below the Blood Mara level would be killed instantly. Yuan Feixiang suddenly laughed and said, "Isn't this just right?" Most of the great adepts from the various sects and tribes have arrived outside the formation to intercept the hidden Azuras. At most, there are only a few Jade Azuras and Jade Demons that have come in. In that case, we should take advantage of the situation to pursue and kill all the Mara that have entered Qingling Island. After saying this, there was a flash of lightning under his feet, and he was already more than 100 feet away. The power of thunder and lightning was centered around Yuan Feixiang, and it spread out in all directions. The dozens of Mara that were around him were beaten black and blue. Then, in a flash, he was another 100 feet away. It seemed that he was heading in the direction of the gap. Seeing this, Mr. Wen followed without saying a word. On the battlefield, there was a group of adepts that were charging left and right. When they encountered a Jade Shura, they dared to fight it head-on, injuring it and forcing it to retreat. The leader of the group was at the early Dharma stage. Above his head was a 9-story glazed pagoda that was dazzling to the eyes. It was like a dreamy water curtain that was hanging down from the pagoda, and the defense was solid. At the same time, a machete was circling around his body. Every time it flew out, at least 2 or more Mara would be killed. "Brother Qin, why did you stop?" Behind the leader of the adepts, another adept at the early Dharma stage, saw that he had stopped and could not help but ask curiously. Brother Qin looked at the sky in the distance and said, "Brother Zhou, take your brothers and fight your way out. I have to leave for a while." The friar heard this and panicked. He said, "Brother Qin, where are you going? If you don't take charge, the power of our Dao soldier formation will be greatly reduced. If we encounter the Jade Shura or the Jade Demon again, we will not be able to fight them." Brother Qin did not pay attention to Brother Zhou's advice. He had already turned into a beam of light and was flying into the sky. He only said, "That is why I asked you to take your men and rush out. Don't stay in the center anymore. I want to meet that poison Shura." Without the protection of Brother Qin's 9-story lapis lazuli pagoda, the power of the Dao soldier formation was greatly reduced. Brother Zhou gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat, retreat." Perhaps Mara, who was outside the formation, had already sensed that the human and demon adepts were working together to seal the gap in the formation. At the same time, because the hidden danger that had affected the normal operation of the formation had been eliminated, the formation's ability to repair itself had increased again. With a series of roars, for Jade Shura squeezed through the gap. 2 of them went to block the Dharma adepts who were rushing in from the left, while the other 2 Jade Shura rushed towards the group of Dharma adepts that Lu Ping and the others were in. With a shout, a dazzling light appeared in Yuanchong Laozu's hand. The light turned into 2 beams of light in the sky, striking towards the 2 Jade Shura. At the same time, a beautiful 9-story crystal pagoda rose above Yuanchong Laozu's head. He had actually managed to hold back the 2 Jade Shura by himself. "Everyone, do your best to advance. You must get rid of the poison Shura. Mara's army on Yuanling Island is already heading here as reinforcements. Once Chengling Island is lost, the other 4 islands will definitely be affected. Please." 1 Jade Shura was usually able to challenge a Dashura. Even if Yuanchong Laozu had a spirit treasure, it would not be easy to hold them back if 2 Jade Shura joined forces. At this time, everyone was already deep in the back of the battlefield. Mara's army was doing their best to return. They could only advance and defeat the poison Shura who was preventing the formation from healing. They could then cut off the connection between the formation and Mara. That was the only way they could win this battle. Although the cultivators of the various sects could not be as united as one, they were not ignorant. At this time, the only way to win was to move forward bravely. Tiankong Laozu was the first to rush forward. Lu Ping looked around and found that there were indeed cultivators who wanted to follow. Lu Ping laughed coldly and pulled away from Tiankong Laozu by dozens of feet. The thin water and long stream swords turned into 2 giant dragons of sword light to protect the 2 wings. The Yin water divine thunder fell from the sky and raged from the left and right wings, leaving no room for the cultivators of other sects to intervene. At this time, if there were any cultivators who wanted to follow behind the 2 of them and take advantage of the situation, they would have to hide hundreds of feet away from the battle. These Dharma adepts were all famous people. They could take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the situation, but if they were known to be passive in avoiding the battle at this critical moment, then they would offend all the sects that participated in the battle. Even the Crystal Palace could not withstand this kind of pressure. Because Yuanchong Laozu was sharing the pressure, and the 2 Dharma adepts Junling were advancing bravely, the group of cultivators that Lu Ping was in was the first to reach the poison Shura group. Lu Ping hurriedly stopped Tiankong Laozu, who was in front. The cultivators from the other sects, who were charging forward from the 2 wings, saw that victory was right in front of them. The opportunity to gain battle credits and increase their fame was right before them. Moreover, although the poison Shura before them were strange, their cultivation levels were generally lower than Mara's army. Thus, they all overtook Tiankong Laozu and charged into the poison Shura group. However, in just a moment, several Dharma adepts who had charged into the group cried out and retreated from the group of poison Shura. The Dharma adepts stared at the various protective chi shields and magic treasures. All of them had more or less been corroded by the poisonous fog. Moreover, the area of corrosion was stubbornly increasing. It was clear that these Dharma adepts were still in a state of shock. Clearly, the power that the poison Shura had displayed earlier had frightened the Dharma adepts Laozu. Grand Marshal Uncle, These are 2 poison avoidance pills that Disciple refined using the Myriad Wonder Dew as a catalyst. One is to be taken orally and the other is to be kept in the mouth. These poison azura are definitely bred in the Myriad Poison Vault, and their poison is extremely strong. Although their cultivation isn't high, it's better to advance steadily and advance step by step. Lu Ping handed the 2 pills to Tiankong Laozu. At the same time, a black flame rose from the top of Lu Ping's head and transformed into a black fire lotus. Dozens of flames flew out from the fire lotus and landed on the black poisonous fog that was still stubbornly clinging to the bodies of the other Dharma adepts. The poisonous fog was instantly uprooted by these flames and then fell into the fire lotus. The color of the fire lotus suddenly became even more black and strange. The damage to the protective chi shields was only the damage to the Dharma adept's inner yuan. If it was not considered serious, it would be much more difficult to repair the magic treasures that had been corroded. Even so, the other Laozu still thanked Lu Ping. Having learned their lesson, the other Laozu undoubtedly became much more cautious. They surrounded the poison shura and began to attack steadily, no longer rushing for results. Although this was a little slow, it was a solid advancement. In particular, Lu Ping's In Kue Shui Thunder completely ignored the weakening effect of the Poison Shura's special power and was extremely damaging to the Poison Shura. Every time Lu Ping used the In Kue Shui Thunder, the Poison Shura would be forced to constantly dodge and retreat, causing chaos in the Poison Shura's formation. The other Laozu would then take the opportunity to clean up and advance the battle line. At this moment, behind Lu Ping and the others, a huge Yuan Qi giant snake whizzed through the air and crashed into the group of Poison Shura. It went on a rampage, messing up the Poison Shura's formation and causing countless casualties. However, the Poison Shura's poisonous fog power could not harm the giant snake at all. Immediately after, a voice rang out. "Brother Tsunami, wait for me." A huge spear shot from the sky, piercing through the heads of 3 Poison Shura. A demon practitioner leaped into the midst of the Poison Shura and grabbed the giant spear. With a sweep of the spear, all the Poison Shura within a radius of 200 feet were smashed to pieces. This person was naturally Lu Ping. It was Chu Haitian, whom he had saved previously. As for the giant Yuan Qi snake that had transformed earlier, it was naturally the Green Sea Snakes, the first of the 3 generations, Chu Haitian. So, it's a practitioner from the Green Sea Snakes. No wonder he could ignore the Poison Shura's special power. Chapter 1054. The appearance of the 2 demon cultivators, Chu Hailan and Chu Haiping, hastened the encirclement and annihilation of Poison Azura. However, although Poison Azura did not participate in the Battle of Chengling Island, he arranged the clans according to their cultivation from the inside to the outside. Their progress was not slow, but most of the Poison Azura tribes had low cultivation. As Laozu and the others ventured deeper, more and more Poison Azura of Greater Mara's level joined the fray, causing their progress to slow down. Even when Chu Hailan and Chu Haiying joined forces, they did not dare to venture deeper alone, fearing that they would be surrounded by the Poison Azura tribes. At this moment, another fiery light streaked across the sky, smashing into the Poison Azura group and exploding into a huge fireball. The Poison Azura within the range of the fireball were either killed or injured. Clouds of poisonous mist were melted by the orange-red flames. Chu Haishao, I was wondering why our competition to kill Mo Luo had reached a critical juncture, yet you had slipped away. It turns out that you have come here. Could it be that you think that you can gain an advantage here just by relying on your Emerald Sea Spirit Snake Clan's poison immunity talent? I, Flame Coffin, will compete with you. If I kill more Poison Azura than you, the title of the strongest of the 3rd generation of the Overseas Demon Clan will fall on my head. A firebird descended from the sky, and another 3 fireballs flew out from its body, blasting open an empty space in the midst of the Poison Azura tribe. The firebird fell into it, and the flames on its body gradually receded, turning into a thin, tall, and handsome young man with red hair and eyebrows. He shouted at Chu Haitian, who was fighting the Poison Azura not far away. Flame Coffin. Flame Spirit Coffin, You think you're worthy of being compared to Big Brother Tsunami? Don't think I don't know that you've taken a fancy to Yenlingqi, but she doesn't like you. In order to get rid of you, she agreed to defeat Big Brother Tsunami and take the title of the strongest of the third generation of the overseas demon race before meeting you. Her intention was to make you give up. Do you really think you can compare to Big Brother Tsunami? The flame spirit coffin was so angry that it roared. A 3-foot-tall flame rose from its body, and it jumped around in the crowd of poisonous Azuras. All the poisonous Azuras that came into contact with the flame were set ablaze. The flame spirit coffin scolded, "Chu Hiren, you follower. Shut up. I'm going to compete with Chu Hiren, and you're not qualified to interrupt. Chu Hiren, just tell me, do you dare to compete or not?" Chu Haitian's cold voice was heard. "I, Chu Haitian, don't think that I can take the title of the strongest of the third-generation cultivator of the overseas demon clan for sure. But no matter how useless I am, I'm still much stronger than a firebird like you." The flame coffin was surprisingly calm this time, and did not roar again. Instead, he sneered and said, "Then let's wait and see." The rash, reckless, and arrogant performance from before seemed to be a deliberate act. Many cultivators from various sects could not help but feel wary. Human cultivators had always prided themselves on being far more intelligent than other races, which was why they often had a sense of superiority and looked down on other races. In fact, a small part of the reason why humans and demons had been enemies since ancient times was also because of this. Now that they saw the scene in front of them, this kind of provocation was not something new. However, the flame coffin of the Fire Phoenix clan had deliberately put on a domineering performance and then calmly and rationally changed. This was what chilled the hearts of all the human cultivators. Before the two of them could make a bet, a heavenly river descended from the sky. From the river, a giant fish that was almost 100 feet long jumped out. The pair of fins under its abdomen were almost like a pair of wings. It glided down from the sky and opened its mouth towards the group of poison Azuras. Immediately, more than a dozen great Azuras were swallowed into its stomach. "Then count me in as well." A deep voice rang out. The giant fish turned into a giant that was 3 feet tall, but he looked extremely young. "Ah, Kong Qianjun is here too. Although your talent is amazing, you can use it to swallow poison Azuras. Aren't you afraid that you'll be poisoned to death?" Chu Haiwu immediately shouted. Obviously, this Kong Qianjun was also an extraordinary existence among the third-generation cultivators of the Kuan clan. Kong Qianjun chuckled. He looked quite simple and honest. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a black spring. The black spring sprayed dozens of feet away and stained the bodies of several poison Azuras. Immediately, a burst of black smoke rose. The poison Azuras screamed in horror as they were killed by the backlash. "Good move. Since the demon friends are so interested, how about I, Qin, join in?" A 9-story glazed pagoda appeared in the sky. The layers of the pagoda were lit up one by one. When the highest layer was lit up, an invisible barrier expanded outwards. All the poison Azuras that were pushed by the barrier were crushed into pieces. A young cultivator in his late 30s slowly descended from the sky. It was senior brother Qin from the Crystal Palace. "Qin Shijun. I didn't expect you to come too." The first to speak was actually Chu Haitian. "Ha, very good, very good. I didn't expect the first direct disciple of the Crystal Palace to be here. It seems that the third-generation disciple can really fight for the title of the first overseas cultivator." The flame spirit coffin was stunned at first, but then he clapped his hands and laughed. The flames on his body burned even more fiercely, as if to express the raging fighting spirit in his heart. Kong Qianjun chuckled and said, "This is going to be interesting." At this moment, a series of battle cries came from the other side of the gap in the formation. It turned out that the other group of cultivators had finally broken through Mara's blockade and killed their way to the front of the battle of the poison Azuras. The cultivator at the front was covered in lightning. Every poison Azura that was struck by him was annihilated by the lightning before turning into a cloud of black fog. Yuan Feixiang took the lead and killed his way into the group of poison Azuras. Mr. Wen, who was behind him, was nowhere to be seen. He invited them to fight from the other side. I didn't expect to see such a scene. Green Sea Snake Chu Haitian, Fire Phoenix Flame Coffin, Kun Fish Kong Qianjun, Crystal Palace Qin Shijun. I wonder if Yuan Feixiang is qualified to compete with you? As soon as Yuan Feixiang's voice fell, he heard Qin Shijun laugh and say, "So it's Brother Yuan. I originally thought that our human clan was weak this time, and the few junior brothers of our sect did not make it to the 5 islands of the illusionary spirit. This time, I'm afraid that we will be defeated by the few fellow Taoists of the demon clan. I never thought that Brother Yuan would be here as well." Chu Haitian also said, "The descendant of the number 1 aristocratic family in the Middle Mainland. What a great reputation. I hope you won't disappoint us." Flame Coffin also said loudly, "Let's have a good show." Kong Qianjun sneered and said, "So you are from the Yuan family. Well, let's have a competition today. We will let the cultivation world know that the Kuan Fish clan is the number 1 lineal bloodline of Peng Daoren." Yuan Feixiang didn't take the provocation seriously. Instead, he shouted at the cultivators who had been fighting steadily on the outskirts, "Brother Zhenling, is Brother Lu here? It's such a good opportunity, but Brother Lu is just watching the show quietly. I'm afraid it's not right, isn't it?" Originally, Lu Ping and Tiankong Laozu had joined hands to suppress Poison Azura. Although the successive appearances of Chu Haitian and the others had surprised Lu Ping was confident that his cultivation was not weaker than these people. He didn't want to compete with these prominent cultivators. After all, the Zhenling sect behind Lu Ping was far from being on par with these famous sects and clans. Lu Ping didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to his sect. However, after Yuan Feixiang called out, Lu Ping could no longer hide. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined and he would be despised by others. Even if Lu Ping stood out, he wouldn't be recognized by the others. Lu Ping could only face the difficulties head-on and win respect with his strength. Otherwise, Lu Ping would still end up with an undeserved reputation. Of course, if Lu Ping's strength was recognized, Lu Ping's reputation would be even greater after this battle. Yuan Feixiang's call seemed to give Lu Ping a chance to stand on equal footing with the others, but in fact, it was full of danger. One wrong move and his reputation would be ruined. North Sea? Zhenling? Since the fall of Fei Ling's sect, is there any other powerful sect in North Sea? As expected, as soon as Yuan Feixiang finished speaking, the flame spirit coffin snorted coldly. "He, Zhenling Lu Tianping. I've heard a little about him. Is he up to it?" Kong Qianjuan's simple and honest smile could fool those who didn't know his background into thinking for Lu Ping's safety. After all, this competition would definitely involve them killing their way into the hinterland of Poison Azura. It was definitely a risk of life and death. The Laozu from the other sects who were advancing side by side with Zhenling looked at Tiankong Laozu and Lu Ping with a mocking expression. Tiankong Laozu's expression was dark and he didn't say a word. Lu Ping, on the other hand, smiled and nodded slightly at Tiankong Laozu. The thin water-flowing sword let out a deafening cry. Many of the adepts who were controlling their flying swords cried out in alarm. The flying swords in their hands actually felt as if they were about to lose control when the thin water-flowing sword let out a long cry. Chu Haitian gripped the Jade Cloud sword in his hand tightly. Naturally, the Jade Cloud sword would not be intimidated by the power of the thin water-flowing sword, but it also let out a similar cry. It wasn't yielding, but it was warning. None of the Dharma adepts present were blind. Naturally, Lu Ping's sect returning swords was more than enough for him to compete with many of the third-generation elites present. Just as the thin water-flowing sword let out a sword cry, the 2 sword dragons that had been circling around Tiankong Laozu's wings roared into the sky. Instantly, they flew out from the wings and crashed into the group of Poison Azura. In an instant, more than 10 core forging stage Poison Azura were torn to shreds. Lu Ping followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, he had also entered deep into the group of Poison Azura. The surrounding poisonous fog continued to gather towards him, but the golden shield around Lu Ping's body shone brighter and brighter. Since Brother Yuan has invited me, how would I dare not accept? If that was the case, then why not fight it out? Although Lu Ping kept a low profile, This did not mean that Lu Ping's heart was lacking in passion and pride. In such a situation, Lu Ping naturally had to take on the responsibility. Chapter 1055. It's you! It's you! 2 exclamations rang out one after another. The first one was filled with hostility, and the second one was filled with disbelief. These 2 people were none other than Chu Haitian and Chu Haijin. As soon as the thin water-flowing sword appeared, the 2 of them naturally recognized that the person in front of them was the mysterious cultivator Lu Jiao who had saved Chu Haijin from the blood azura in the fallen secret land. However, at that time, Lu Jiao was full of demonic qi. Obviously, he was a member of the demon clan. How did he become a cultivator of the North Sea Jinling now? A small part of the reason why Lu Ping had kept a low profile was that he was afraid of being recognized by the 2 green sea snakes. After all, Lu Ping had saved Chu Haijin because he had other plans. However, after being challenged by Yuan Feixiang, he could no longer care about this plan. This time, it might backfire. Lu Ping cupped his hands and said with a wry smile, "Brothers Chu, we meet again. Previously, in the fallen secret land, I used the demon-transforming bracelet to conceal my identity. I'm really sorry." Chu Haitian snorted coldly and said, "I knew that you were up to no good, but you didn't have to be so hypocritical." Chu Haijin said with a complicated expression, "In any case, Brother Lu has indeed saved my life. Even though I concealed my identity as a human, Brother Lu is still my savior." Lu Ping's smile became even more wry. 10,000 swords contend. Good move. Qin Shijun laughed and said, "I've heard that junior brother Wu highly praised Lu Daoyu. Today, I've seen that you live up to your reputation. Today's challenge will be fair. Both the human clan and the demon clan will have 3 people each. We will fight for who is stronger and who is stronger. What do you think?" The flame spirit coffin shouted, "Today's fight is only for fun. Who cares about race? Anyway, it's just this group of poison azuras. We can fight however we want. Why are there so many rules? You human clan cultivators are just too boring." However, Qin Shijun didn't feel offended in the slightest. Instead, he smiled and said, "Looks like I was too impulsive. Fine, we'll fight our own battles today. All I want is to be happy." As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Qianjun, who looked the most simple-minded, was the first to attack. A giant fish tail condensed in the air and swept forward. Any poison azura that was hit by the tail was smashed into a cloud of black mist, while those that were not hit were blown away by the strong wind generated by the fish tail. They fell towards where the others were. What Kong Qianjun did was not only to kill the enemy, but also to disturb the other competitors. It was indeed a good plan. The others all cursed him for seeming simple and honest, but in fact he was cunning. He had taken care of those poison shura that were falling from the sky, but he had already let Kong Qianjun take the initiative. Kong Qianjun laughed out loud. He dashed forward like a hurricane, heading deep into the poison azura's territory. The others followed suit. They did not join hands with each other, fighting on their own as they went deep into the poison azura's territory. Lu Ping opened the way with the thin water-flowing sword. In a moment, Lu Ping had already noticed that the other 5's killing treasures were all First Tribulation spirit treasures. Kong Qianjun had a giant fishtail fan, the flame spirit coffin had a fire bead, Chu Haitian had the blue heaven sword, Yuan Feixiang had a thunder awl, and Qin Shijun's scimitar. Even so, the thin water-flowing sword was still as powerful as a spirit treasure in Lu Ping's hands after the combination of the 2 swords. The 2 sword dragons circled and attacked each other, clearing the way for Lu Ping to move forward. For a moment, the 5 advanced side by side, with only Kong Qianjun slightly ahead. Facing the poison magic of the poison shura, Yuan Feixiang had a relatively easy time with her thunder and lightning magic. Chu Haitian was strolling leisurely. The flame of the flame spirit coffin burned all kinds of poison magic with a sizzling sound. There was always running water flowing around Kong Qianjun's body, splashing the water that was contaminated with poison magic back at Kong Qianjun, giving him a taste of his own medicine, which helped him move forward. As for Qin Shijun, seemed that he was completely resisting. The layers of light curtains hanging down from the 9-story glazed pagoda seemed to be endless, and no matter how many poison magic was applied on them, they could not corrode the light curtains. Lu Ping glanced at the 9-story glazed pagoda that was lit up, and a trace of doubt flashed across his mind. Then he fell into deep thought. Ever since Lu Ping combined his protective vigor qi into one and used the myriad poison meteorite power as the main body to construct the heavenly water curtain, the power of this great protective magic seemed to have grown to the limit. However, after the battle with the poison Shura, Lu Ping instinctively wanted to collect the essence of the fallen poison Shura, but he suddenly found that his protective vigor qi was slowly and continuously absorbing the poisonous mist that pervaded the air. This poisonous mist was mostly made up of the essence of the poison Shura and the poison magic. Lu Ping could clearly feel that the quality of the protective vigor qi had improved. Lu Ping had many ways to resist poison. Other than the protective vigor qi, he also had the dark prison poisonous fire. However, Lu Ping had left the dark prison poisonous fire for Tian Kong Laozu. With old ancestor Tian Kang's abilities, even if he could face poison Azura's innate divine arts head-on, he would still have to expend a large amount of true essence to defend against the invasion of these divine arts. With the black prison venom fire in his hands, old ancestor Tian Kang's ability to continue fighting had undoubtedly been greatly extended. The most important thing that Lu Ping had, and also the trump card that allowed him to enter the poison Shura formation and scrupulously with the others, was naturally the pool of liquid in the Golden House that was unknown whether it was the 10,000 poison source liquid or the 10,000 poison paste. While the protective vigor qi would only slowly absorb some of the poison mist to strengthen itself while resisting the attack of poison magic, the space door that Lu Ping had opened on his chest had become the window through which the green stone pool unscrupulously absorbed the nearby poison mist. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Ping was moving extremely fast, perhaps a spectacular poison mist whirlpool would have formed around Lu Ping and attracted the attention of others. At this time, Lu Ping could feel that the wonder dew at the bottom of the green stone pool seemed to be changing very quickly. The wonder dew that Lu Ping had cut off a third of was being rapidly replenished by the poison Shura's original essence with the help of the pool water. A howl suddenly sounded, and Lu Ping was slightly startled. In Lu Ping's mind, he could sense that the moment the howl sounded, the others also paused for a moment. A Jade Shura-level poison Shura? When Lu Ping raised his head to look, he saw 6 gray shadows in the poison Shura formation coming at the 6 of them from 6 different directions. It was a blood poison Shura. It was obviously obeying the orders of the Jade poison Shura from before. It seemed that this poison Shura group was led by a Jade poison Shura. As he spoke, a blood poison Shura leaped towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping extended his hand and a Kuei water divine lightning struck down on the blood poison Shura's head. The poison Shura tried to dodge, but it was extremely difficult to dodge such a great god art of thunder. The poison Shura kept using space god art to change its position as it let out a strange sound. Then, it took out a wooden staff and pointed it at Lu Ping. Lu Ping felt a cold wind instantly invade his flesh and blood. Of all the defensive measures on his body, only the 1,000 poison meteorite vital energy seemed to have a slight effect on it. This strange power instantly spread after invading Lu Ping's body. In Lu Ping's mind, Lu Ping could sense that if this power was not stopped, the hair on his body would fall off from his skin would fall off from his muscles, and his muscles would fall off from his bones. The walls of his blood vessels were also softening, and his blood vessels seemed to have completely lost their circulation channels. Lu Ping suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. What a strange god art! 2 loud sounds that sounded like the beating of a drum came from Lu Ping's heart. The blood throughout his body flowed like a raging river, and there was even a walala sound coming from his body. Spiritual ether surged all over his body. The spiritual ether that had fused with the wonder dew and the water of thunder calamity had an extremely strong resistance and annihilation effect against any kind of poison. It blocked the strange power outside his skin. At this moment, the door of the Golden House on his chest opened wide. The strange power that had spread all over Lu Ping's body was immediately absorbed by the green stone pool with extreme ease. However, when Lu Ping opened the invisible door, the poison Shura in front of him seemed to have discovered something extremely terrifying. It let out a shrill cry and turned to escape. Lu Ping seemed to have realized something. He knew that this was probably related to the liquid in the green stone pool that had seeped through the door. Naturally, he would not let it leave. He twisted his right thumb and middle finger, and a bolt of lightning shot out. The thin water-flowing sword immediately performed the seepage sword technique, forming a wall of sword light behind the poison Shura. The poison Shura panicked when he saw that his escape route was blocked. A sticky black liquid surged from the wooden staff in his hand, and he shot it at the wall of sword light. Lu Ping frowned slightly, but he did not stop it. The black liquid was nurtured in the spirit treasure. If it really came into contact with the treasure, even the treasure would be damaged and tainted. However, when the poisonous liquid seeped into the wall of sword light, the purplish-blue lightning immediately exploded in the wall of sword light. It formed a lightning net with the wall of light, blasting the black liquid into a cloud of black mist. At the same time, the sword light and lightning net flanked the poison Shura from both sides, trapping it within. Seeing that he could not escape, the poison Shura pounced at Lu Ping again. It was obvious that he was fighting with his life on the line. Lu Ping smiled faintly and pointed his finger in the air. A white ray of light shot into Poison Azura's body and froze it in midair. Then, Lu Ping flipped his hand and pushed the Poison Azura back into the sword net with the pushing wave of ocean sword skill. The sword light lightning net closed up immediately. Countless sword light fish with flashing lightning crisscrossed, and Poison Shura's shrill howl could be heard from within. Clouds of black mist and ink splashed left and right in the net, but they could not break through the sword light lightning net's restraints. Poison Shura's howl became softer and softer, and eventually disappeared. Lu Ping withdrew his swords, but there was nothing left in the sword net. They had obviously been annihilated by the lightning. Lu Ping secretly felt that it was a pity. At least he should have thrown the Poison Shura's body into the blue stone pool. Lu Ping had killed the blood poison Shura with ease. Although it was because Lu Ping had a secret that could restrain the poison Shura, the surrounding poison Shura had still retreated in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping was able to advance. At the same time, he found that Chu Haitian had also killed the blood Shura that was blocking his way. The two of them advanced side by side from different directions and had already surpassed Kong Qianjun. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.